Okay, let's try that again. So, who would like to start us off with the recap?
Existence pain.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. So everybody met up for the first time. Mishpa and Nani were introduced to Tomas and Breia, and everybody was introduced to Lafayette. Mishpa developed an unhealthy obsession with fruit bread.
Bread.
We all remembered to check our postures properly. Then we went out and got to see the town, went to the quest board, got some quests. There was a lot of disagreement on what quest to take because Nani really wanted to save a child's life, but nobody else did.
Thank you for phrasing it exactly that way.
Context, guys.
The child. We just
No context. No
logic.
context.
We could have just gone to the child, and nobody would have had to get knocked out. Oh, by the way.
Oh, yeah. So Nani went to get flour instead.
Yes, Nani went to deliver flour for 2 hours.
Mishpa and Lafayette went to get iron ore for the local blacksmith. Lafayette saw some shady business taking place not far away, told Mishpa to stay still, and decided to leave the Naga on her own while she went to go and check things out and got knocked out for trouble.
Correction, I did not tell you to sit and stay like a dog. I told you to continue your work and then go back to the blacksmith while I have to investigate something. You have no idea what's going on. I just told you that you just keep on doing what you're doing. Because she can't do anything.
And to be fair, Lafayette had no idea that the guard was going to betray her.
We don't even know if that's what happened.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that's what happened.
The guard was with her.
It's assumed, then.
It is assumed. And
So yeah, everything's going great.
Yeah, that's accurate.
I hope that was a minute in.
I mean, it's not really a curse word.
It's definitely been at least a minute.
Okay. Anyway.
That was a quick disconnect, though. I'm scared.
Have fun.
So.
Well, we can just count how many. We can just have a pingus counter.
Please don't. I beg thee.
I mean,
This is
we'll
gonna be
just
the
put
new
it right
shtick.
next to the head counter.
Counter.
Yeah, re-listening to the recording, I did hear what you guys were talking about me just making random heh noises.
Heh.
And now I can't help but imagine fucking Nani as like a crumpled sheet of paper every time I do that.
I'm not sorry. Even at it, just like random stuff will always happen every time she goes heh. Be it like her neck turns into an accordion, crumples up into a ball. I don't know what else.
Turns into a fish.
Turns fucking 8-bit for some reason.
I'm assuming you hear me. I didn't hear you at all. Or I hear you. You're going live.
Okay.
Well, because you're muted.
Oh no.
And you can't hear through that. That's right. That makes sense.
We cannot, in fact, hear through muted. That is correct.
This dish. I'm working out the logistics of this stupid thing that has to happen.
We're trying. We're trying to make it work.
Anyway. So.
For context.
We're so professional.
For context, our member Ari is currently over with our DM and the player of Tomas currently in person.
Thomas.
I'm gonna call you Tim.
Mr. Tomato Grape.
Mr. Tomato Grape.
Tomato Grape was great.
No, that's what I should have. That's what I should have named my server name for the past week. Was Mr. Tomato Grape.
Tomato Grape. Okay, great. Let's go.
Anyway.
I got a rock.
Anyway. So, let us start with you, Lafayette.
Man!
Oh no! Man.
You have no idea where you're being taken to, or really anything, because you're unconscious.
Cool, yeah, that's right. Thanks for reminding me.
Cool, so I'm just gonna conk out, guys.
So I'm gonna honk Schnoo.
But then, all of a sudden, after a bit, you feel an intense pain in your left nipple. That wakes you up.
Bitch got a purple nurple.
Yeah. Yeah. Her eyes will jolt open with one eye still closed, and she winces from pain and kind of quickly scans the area.
You see that a supposed dock worker is actually reaching for you, and the cart is now empty.
She is going to quick draw her dagger and rapidly bring it to his neck.
Whoa.
And she's going to hard stare for just a second, and then kind of scan the surrounding area. What does the current area look like right now?
You realize you are outside of town, quite a bit away from the gates, in between the town itself and the forest that lays outside it. And you see, the building that you are currently at looks like an old sawmill.
Okay. She's going to scan the area for just a second, still pressing the dagger into his neck, before her gaze shifts back directly onto him and squints a little bit. And she's going to make a small hand motion, basically saying, like circling the area, and then points down. That basically says, "Where am I right now?"
Okay. You're at the abandoned sawmill outside town.
Okay. She's going to ponder something for a second. And let me scan something right quick. Okay. She's going to move a hand down towards her necklace and give that a very gentle squeeze before the eyes begin to emit a very soft light. And he can begin to feel something surround his head and slowly seep in as a whispery, quiet voice echoes throughout his skull. Why did you take me here?
The guard person said that you were onto us, so he wanted us to take you with the others.
What others?
He looks very hesitant to speak.
Presses the dagger into his neck.
Okay. The boxes were carrying people they kidnapped from Vexenia.
Motherfucker! Slave trading.
Yeah.
And what's stopping me from ripping your neck right out of your... Is your life really worth nothing to follow this path?
Look, I'm just a hired hand. I'm not with the gang.
Gang? What gang?
The coastal specters. They've been around here for quite a few months.
One sec.
Mm-hmm.
Apologies.
Root beer.
Burger.
Root beer.
Yee.
All right, sorry about that.
It's okay.
So he said he was a hired hand. And what did he say? The group was
The Coastal Specters, a gang that's been around for a few months.
Coastal Specters. So do tell. Were I to let you go, would you rat me out to those gang members? Answer carefully here. Otherwise, I'll kill you and your friends.
No, I won't.
Insight.
Okay.
That would be an 18.
Since you're not paying him, it's likely that he'll kinda have to rat you out. Or possibly he's more afraid of what the gang will do than you.
Those eyes begin to narrow. Let me be clear. I am not one that you want to make an enemy of this day. And if I were you and your hired hands should not be serving this group unless you want your life to suddenly be cut short. And she begins to slowly slide the blade against his neck, kind of starting to pierce the skin. Unless that's what you really want.
Go ahead and make me an intimidation roll with advantage.
I'm small and menacing, I swear. 9!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Nobody's gonna be scared of a chinchilla.
Indeed, you
Oh.
you are threatening, but unfortunately he does have a bit of a size advantage over you.
I'm just waiting for him to make a move. I insist.
You do see him glance over towards the bunker part of the sawmill. She's awake!
Yeah, the second he tries to scream, is the dagger's going right into his throat.
Okay, and that does not take much to kill him.
But like literally bring it to his throat,
Yep.
yanking him right into the fucking cart.
Yeah.
What? What?
Alright, and you hear the thumping of boots and clattering of metal as likely the hired hands and whoever else was down there is starting to come up towards you.
She's going to give him an extra stab as a fuck you, right quick. And then jump out of the cart, but as she does so, she's going to initiate her bestial change and run off into the woods.
Okay. You run off into the woods, and since you are in your beast form, they cannot spot you, so... And they actually start to go over towards the town, assuming you ran there.
If that's the case, she's actually going to take advantage of the situation since she doesn't quite know exactly where she is. She's going to study the people, but she's going to kind of remain on the side and kind of like follow along through the trees.
Mm-hmm.
And begin to make her way back to where everybody else is, hopefully.
Okay. So we will go away from you for now. And we will go over to, let's see, Mishpa.
Hello.
Oh boy.
So what are you doing in the meantime while Lafayette has kind of left you to your devices?
Well, at first she doesn't really think much of it, especially since Lafayette seemed pretty focused. She assumed that there was just something she really needed to check on. And she starts to get underway with the iron ore, but when they get about halfway down the road and she has not seen or heard anything from her, she does start to get a bit more concerned. And she will glance at the person who is driving the cart at the moment. I assume that we have people who are helping to transport this, or is it just me with the cart?
It is currently just you with the cart. You're leading the Clydesdales.
Okay.
Fun.
If that is the case, then she is going to, at the very least, get this back to the forge.
Mhm.
But afterwards, she is going to start immediately retracing her steps back towards the docks to see if she can find out what happened to Lafayette.
All right. Edric is quick to pay you the 10 gold for your trouble, thanking you for your time, and that he assures he will return the cart and Clydesdales once the iron is unloaded.
Thank you. And if Lafayette happens to make her way back here without me, let her know that I retraced my steps looking for her.
Yep, sure thing.
Much appreciated. And she will start back towards the dock. Hi again. There it is.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to just have out of nowhere in the middle of the session.
Gotta pick a better sound for it.
What's
do.
better than Pingus?
Huh.
Anyway,
Yeah, exactly.
so
Fine.
with that, we will go over to the flower group.
So, how far along are we in delivering this flower?
A better question is, what's everyone's position around the cart?
Well, Nani is with Rocky the mule, like, just kind of guiding him along.
Okay.
So, like, side by side with him.
Okay.
What about Breia and Tomato?
Come on,
Wow.
Thomas. Please.
I'm sorry.
Your name's changed forever, I'm sorry.
I like how you, the player, are the one getting agitated about this.
Yeah, because it's his character.
I took a whole 10 minutes to make this name. Come on.
You know what? I'm gonna be real. As much as I love the name, you kind of deserve it.
I can't say that I don't agree.
You know what you fucking did.
But yes, I would be leading the cart.
Okay, so are you next to Nani, or are you on the other side of Rocky?
Who's Rocky again?
The mule.
The mule. I would be next to Nani, depending on where
Okay.
Breia is.
Okay. Breia, where are you?
I get the vague sense that Breia is like standing, like following along near the cart, but not actually like right next to it, like she probably should be.
Front, back, side.
Back and to the side slightly.
Okay.
Left, probably.
So yeah, I would be next to Nani.
Okay. In that case. Anyway. Okay. You do start to make your way back to the baker. With your cart of flour, 6 bags in total. Breia keeping an eye on the back flank. Tomas, you are next to Nani, who is next to Rocky, just kind of leading him along. Rocky does seem like an older gentleman of a mule, a bit sassy as he pulls on the reins a bit since you're not his, master. But he doesn't give you too much trouble since you are a fellow equine.
It's okay. We are the same.
The power of mutual horse respect.
We are both single-toed ungulates. We have an understanding.
Yeah?
We may be divided, but of you all I beg. Do you remember we're
Do you
all
know how-
grooved at the end of each leg?
Okay.
Do you know how?
Copyright strike. Copyright strike.
Wah.
Do you know how few single-toed ungulates there are? There's like horses, mules, and zebras. That's it. Everything else is an even-toed ungulate. Even fucking whales.
Whales have toes?
Well,
What?
supposedly whales' ancestry comes from the same evolutionary line as other ungulates, like deer. It's very hard. It's very hard to believe, but it is true. If you look at their fins, you can see the remnants of the hoof ancestry that they have. So yes, whales have hooves.
Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
How good is Nani's hearing?
It's pretty good.
Because I think Breia's just back there like, oh no, she's weird and a nerd. She's gonna have serious problems here.
Oh god. Oh god, she really is autistic.
Just for those who are gonna get on our asses about it, we're all autistic here.
We are.
Hey.
Hey.
I have issues.
I have crippling depression.
Anyway,
I'm gay.
so as you're walking, you actually hear a voice call out, "Help! Can someone help me out here?" And let me bring you.
Oh.
Heh.
I'm going to go see what that noise was. Which way did it come from?
It comes from this man right here.
Can't help delivering bread.
Aren't you the one who was so concerned about helping before?
That was a child who is sick. I don't know this man.
You see he is on the ground, very dirty looking, and his leg is kind of twisted a little bit.
Are you okay, sir?
I think I fell and broke something. Could you all help me, please?
Where did you fall from? The fucking roof?
I was a bit ambitious.
Ambitious of what?
Yes, what exactly were you trying to do?
I was trying to fix the roof and I fell off.
Ah.
Keep
You
him an eye on the
slipped.
bread.
I see.
Nani,
Yes.
make me a perception check, please.
I wonder if I should just take my passive perception of 16.
Damn, what's that DC looking like?
I mean, it's a 16.
Fuck. Why is this not frickin' GM rolled? Damn it.
We love technical difficulties.
You know what?
I love refrigerators.
I'm gonna roll.
I'm
What
not
would make you think you'd have to do that? For all it mattered.
I think you're.
You think what?
I think you're better off taking your natural perception.
Stick with one or the other. Can't have both.
Too late now.
Yep.
Yep, I made the roll.
Okay.
And we
I
give
am the
Thomas
best.
shit for his name, and look at this poor guy named Addict.
Who named their son that? Tragic.
Yeah. It's almost like a foregone conclusion at that point.
I didn't use the public one because, well, duh. And also that was with advantage, so that's not fair. Because somehow Roll20 likes rolling things with advantage. As a default.
Yeah.
Oh, still the
I mean, it
first
was
roll.
the first roll.
It was the first roll. Yeah, so it didn't matter.
I know, but still.
You do you.
I want to give her a chance, jeez. You're level 1 for crying out loud.
I
She
said
had a
take the
chance, she
7.
failed.
Actually, with what I just rolled, she didn't. These things do not have high dexterity. So, Nani.
Yeah.
You see 2 more guys at the back of the cart trying to steal the flower.
Well, fuck.
You guys are making my life a lot more difficult. Shillelagh.
Does she actually say it that casually?
Yes, and as she says that, green veins run up the length of her ashenwood staff. And then she's going to bash this guy right next to her.
Okay. Roll to attack. Ow. You bash him right in the head, and you actually see an indentation in his skull as he stumbles back. You've been caught!
That means
And, Thomas,
the hell.
the man in front of you stands up and draws his weapon, a dagger. I need you guys to
Shit.
roll initiative!
You know what? Maybe not helping people is right.
8. I got a rock.
You were saying?
Well, we rolled the same thing technically.
True.
You got a rock. She got a stone. Therefore, you're a dwarf.
Okay.
Rock and stone.
This man is going to stumble up to you. Give us them drugs! And he's going to stab. And that's a nat 1.
Nah.
I'm sorry, did he take drugs?
He actually stumbles over a rock and falls flat on his face.
Wild.
The fuck are you talking about drugs? We have flour for bread. These guys are psychopaths.
Nani. Your turn.
Cool. I'm gonna smack the guy on the ground.
Okay, roll with advantage because he is prone. Okay, that hits. And once more, you get a decent hit, this time at the base of his neck, which you feel shatters part of his spine.
This thing is more
Ooh.
powerful than I realized.
Will that be your turn?
I have crippled the man for life. Oh well.
I have yet to use this for murder.
Wow, there really is a chance for new experiences every day.
I mean, I was going for his back, but that's still where his spine is.
That is exactly where the spine is.
But I don't want to break his neck. Just his spine.
Which is technically a part of the neck.
But yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay, this addict is gonna try to stab Thomas. Does a 16
Oh
hit?
shit. Yes.
You take 4 piercing damage.
Ow.
God,
As,
he would.
He just
God,
kind
he
of
would.
jabs the dagger and it grazes against your rib cage.
That fucking hurts, you know.
Look,
I do rather think that was the point.
you give us the drugs.
Oh really? I'd never
You hand over the drugs and no one else gets hurt.
Drugs, this is fucking flour!
Your turn, Thomas.
You and your friends are looking very intimidated right now with that dent in your skull and the dent in his spine.
I never thought I'd be killing someone over flour, but here we are.
We all have to start. We all have to start somewhere.
I draw my short sword and swipe at him.
Okay.
I assume a 24 hits.
Yes, indeed. You give him a matching scar across his side as he starts to bleed profusely. Ah!
Breia, you look like the magic type. Shoot some magic, but not next to the mule. The mule will get scared.
Will that be your all, Thomas?
Let me actually look at what I have real quick.
Level 1. Level 1.
Level 1. Level 1.
So it won't take him long to look at it.
You took too long to look at your sheet. You're getting stabbed again.
Oh no.
You're not even a wizard!
Yeah, what could possibly be going on at level 1?
Maybe he
I'm just
disconnected.
checking.
Oh, there he is.
I'm just checking. Also, if you were hearing Ari, we did not disconnect.
Yeah.
I would like to mark him as a favored foe.
Okay.
First time on each of your turns that you hit the including when you mark it, you can increase that damage by 1d4.
Okay, so,
So-
next time you hit him, it'll be an extra 1d4 of damage.
Including when I mark it, so including this turn.
Okay, roll an extra 1d4.
There we go. 4! Hey, so we do an extra 4 damage.
Okay, you actually cut deeper than what he cut you. He is on death's door as he just kind of crumples.
Like I
Delayed
said,
reaction
wasn't
due to
expecting
the
to kill him.
drugs.
Like I said, wasn't expecting to kill a man over some flour, but here we are. Breia, how about Nani? I have this one.
Right. We cannot be responsible for the death of random people this early on.
Oh, we're not killing them? Okay, I'll just knock them unconscious.
That actually would be preferable.
I'm still new to this shillelagh thing.
Which one are you aiming for?
The one directly across from me, the one that's not, like, right next to Nani.
Okay. You shoot him square in the eye, and, yeah, you just knock him back 10 feet with the force of your, arcane burst spell. and he's dead.
Oh, well, shit.
You remember that thing that you just said that you didn't want to do but ended up doing anyway? Impressive.
Wait,
I've never had to use magic to kill anyone.
wait, I'm
You'll be
confused.
surprised to learn that it doesn't come up at school.
Are we killing them? Are we knocking them out?
I feel like we have to now.
Well, you know what? You're the example.
Good gods, Breia.
Holy shit!
All right, we're killing hobos. I have learned something today.
Nani just on the cart raising her staff above her head like one of the sand people at the beginning of Star Wars.
Could you at least not scream that was killing hobos? That's not a great look. I mean, they attacked us first, so I think we can get away with it, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there anyone nearby?
You do see that some guards are starting to run towards you.
Fuck.
Don't worry, we have an
Leave the one near
alibi.
you alive, then.
Okay.
He's on the ground anyway.
This man is going to try to stand up. Use half his movement. And he's gonna just pathetically swing his dagger at you. That's a 9.
Jesus Christ.
She just like seamlessly sidesteps him. Get ready going for this, huh? This is the hill you want to die on.
And Nani is here.
Leave him alive, please.
And,
Okay.
And at this point... There we go. The guards arrive on the scene. So, Nani, it is your turn. You hear the clattering of metal boots on cobblestone as the guard, one of the guards blows his whistle. Halt! Halt right there! And that's the end of combat.
Chicken.
You said you wanted a new sound.
Listen here, you motherfucker.
I mean, it works.
Why?
It does work.
All right. What's all this?
These men just came running up shouting, drugs, drugs, and they started to attack us. We don't have drugs, we have flour.
You see one of the guards point to, this man. And, he nods and goes to check the cart. Meanwhile, the rest of them are going to approach you all. And they look towards Breia and Tomas. Is this true? Is what she's saying true?
Yes. They were... this man here, pointing at the guy that I slashed at,
Mm-hmm.
this man here was pretending to have broken his leg after falling off the roof. And while we were distracted, those other two over there were trying to steal the flour from our cart, probably thinking it was drugs.
Nani leans over the cart over here, looking at the guard, and she says, "You'll let me know if it actually is drugs, right? Like, that would be wild."
You see him cut open one of the bags, and a substance pours out. It looks like flour. And he brings it to his nose, he sniffs it, and then he, like, dips his pinky into it and tastes it. And then he makes a face. Are you sure you're not drug smugglers?
Well,
No.
not as
Are
far
you
as
sure
they're
you're
aware.
not doing something highly illegal?
No, we just came from the mill.
We actually have the quest notice on us. We were delivering flour to Rhonda at the bakery.
He looks...
It
he,
came.
he,
It came from a Furbolg miller named Seldo Trista. And this is Rocky the mule.
he looks towards his, other guards. Get the baker and the miller. Bring them in for questioning. And so 2 of the guards start to head off. And he looks towards the 3 of you. We're going to have to take you all in for questioning.
Oh,
I suppose that's fair.
Because this is Patch.
what's Patch?
I'm sorry, what exactly is that?
Oh no.
Breia, you would actually know what Patch is. Let me just bring up my notes.
Wow, come
There
on,
were
GM,
no
you're
drugs
unprepared.
mentioned in my lore packet.
Okay, so you actually caught one student at the academy smuggling Patch into the school at one point. And you know that Patch works similarly to ecstasy, expanding yourself to feel the sensations all around you. And it grants the ability to speak with plants and animals for 1d4 plus 1 hours.
Does it actually, or do you just think it does?
It actually does.
Okay, just needed to clarify.
But failing a con save adds a point of exhaustion immediately after waking up from the first long rest you take, and it lasts until completing the next long rest. Highly addictive.
No.
Ugh, that's fucking wild. I just got here 2 days ago and I'm already learning new things.
So, all of you are being taken in by the guard for questioning at the jailhouse.
Session 2, already going to jail. Let's go!
Guys, this is going well.
We are fucking speed running this shit.
Hell yeah.
I am extremely cross. That poor child. Well, I hope that Lafayette and Mishpa are having an easier time of things than we are. Transition.
Okay. Mishpa!
God, I fucking hate you sometimes, Minnie. You make me laugh, but god damn it.
Mishpa.
Fucking stupid.
What do you want?
You retrace your steps to get back to the docks. Lafayette, what are you doing in the meantime? Amara?
Ah!
What are you doing?
I thought you were doing Mishpa first.
Yeah, I said she was retracing her steps, and now Lafayette, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part. My bad. I had a cat meow in my ear. How long have I been following these people?
You've been following them for about 30 minutes, and it's weird because at some point you lose track of them. Just in the crowd of the various people. But you do see Mishpa.
I must have made it back in town then. Or at least very close to it.
Yep. You did make it back in town. That's where you lost them in the crowd.
Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Gotcha.
Yeah, because they were going right into town.
Okay. Having followed them, I would like to take note that I have taken note of their attire and their facial expressions, and basically facial features.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that in mind, as she's kind of like recollecting herself, she does spot Mishpa, and she's going to proceed to kind of unknowingly. She just does it on instinct. She kind of just like rushes up towards her and kind of hops up onto like the back of her tail as she's like slithering away, and then begins to like crawl up it.
Oh, there you are. I was starting to get worried when you didn't find your way back to the forge. Where have you been?
She's going to hop off and transform back to normal. And then just lets out a long, drawn-out exhale through her nose. And it was like I'm already tired expression.
Are you all right?
She begins to sign out. Interesting individuals were met. Not the kind of people I would follow, though.
I see. Well, I am glad you are unharmed. And she will take 2 gold out of her bag and hand it to her. Your share of the payment.
She'll hold up her hand and shake her head. And then she'll sign out, "You did all the work, it's all yours."
You are a part of this group, and therefore, even distribution is important. It was the same in my tribe, and I do not plan to change that. And she will thrust the 2 gold into your hand. 2 gold for each of us, including Nani, Breia, and Tomato when we see them again.
It never gets old. She kind of like double takes for a second, but she'll give an approving nod at that and take it into her hand. And then she'll kind of make a motion towards her eyes and then sign out. "Have you seen them at all, by the way?"
I have not. No, I didn't see them on my way back, nor on my way here. I do hope they're doing well.
At that point, Lafayette, you see a familiar face coming towards you. The other guard captain that you have met previously in your session 0.
Ah, okay, the good one. Her ear will perk up as she hears the approach, and then her gaze will shift over to him.
Pardon me, but you look like... do you happen to know an elf, a half-elf, and a horse lady?
Oh god, did she find an orphanage?
God damn it!
There are things we shouldn't say out loud.
No, why would...
Lafayette
Okay,
just
never
makes,
mind then.
Lafayette just like makes like the like hand motion at the net, like, "Don't worry about it. Shut up. Shut up." But as to respond to his question, she will nod yes towards him.
Okay, we would like you to come down to the station. We currently have them in custody. There was a brawl that happened in the street, and your friends were found with several kilos of patch, a known hallucinogen.
There is a hard pause from Lafayette. And then she just silently points to herself, points out the woods, and then just makes a "What the fuck?"
I'm a bit lost. This is bad, yes?
She will nod at that. And she will sign out towards the guard, or basically make the hand motion of lead the way, and then sign out. "Getting arrested here is bad. So yes, we need to go see what's going on. And why they had drugs to begin with."
Mishpa's gonna shrug her shoulders because she doesn't fully grasp the situation. She just knows that something bad has happened here, and she will follow after Lafayette.
Okay. You get to the station easy enough, And you see that Nani, Tomas, Breia, the two drug addicts that are alive, and Rhonda and Seldo are all in separate cells.
30 days in jail with my back turned to the wall. Look here, Mr. Jailkeeper, put another girl in my stall.
You've been singing for 3 hours.
Please.
What you got?
Was it
What?
only half an hour?
It was.
Oh, God.
I know.
What, you guys don't like Jailhouse Blues?
Well, after like the 5th repeat, maybe not so much.
Well, it doesn't help that there's not a lot of lyrics and they don't have a piano.
You're right, the piano would have helped.
Above board, where is Nani learning all of this shit?
Real talk, where the fuck?
Deadpool.
It makes sense.
Huh?
That motherfucker can find himself anywhere.
Anyway, Mishpa and Lafayette, you are led to your companions, and companions, you are let out of your cells to congregate with the guard captain.
Hey, you guys! How did delivering the armor go?
It was iron, actually, and it went well. Apparently a little bit better than your foray did. Oh, by the way, here. And she will take out 2 coins each and hand 2 to Tomas, 2 to Breia, and 2 to Nani. Your cut of the payment for the successful delivery.
Oh, lovely!
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
That's very kind of you, thank you. We'd give you your share of this gig, but, well, it kind of went a little bit sideways.
Yeah, something about patches or something like that? Were you delivering quilts by accident or something?
No, it turns out we were smuggling drugs. And those gentlemen over there, plus one other one that Breia blew the head off of, were trying to rob us. It was probably one of those drug smuggling schemes where they just robbed the caravan that was just doing it normally.
Oh, I get it now. They were trying to rob us of our bread so that it wouldn't get back to the baker.
They were trying to take the drugs so that they could take the drugs.
Yes.
Well,
That is what I said.
That or it was a part of a much bigger scheme.
Would I know any of these schemes, perchance?
You do know of a common scheme that would happen in the cities where, basically someone would supply the drugs, another person would have a transportation company that would transport the drugs, and they would be robbed by their own company, like a big scandal thing going on. But that doesn't sound like what's happening here. It sounds like just these 3 dickbags, who were also very stupid, just were addicted to this patch stuff and were trying to rob the caravan that they knew were taking it.
Interesting.
Well, this probably isn't going to help my public image.
Probably not.
So, can we go help the child now?
Well,
Yes.
Firstly, the guard captain speaks up. We have interviewed the baker and the miller. It was not very hard to get a confession out of them. Apparently this has been a fence deal that has been going on for quite some time. They admitted to being extorted by the Coastal Spectres, a local gang that has made themselves known within the past 6 months.
Guys, I know how we can fix my reputation.
Hold on, we'll get to that.
What happened to saving the child?
That comes first.
That's what I thought.
And then we deliver real flour because apparently that's a really big deal around here. I'm just fucking with you guys. We're gonna take down that gang.
Well,
Okay.
that's actually what I would like to speak to you about. Seeing as you are in a very precarious position, you are technically civilians, but I have been informed about your alliance with the Prince and this new program that you are a part of.
Oh, everybody's finding out.
So, I would like to enlist
special.
I would like to enlist your aid to find where this gang is hiding out and either give us information on who is involved and where the hideout is, or, if you are feeling brave and want more reward and recognition, you can take care of the problem yourselves.
Oh boy, does this make us official guards? Or semi-official?
I would
Deputy
say,
guards.
I would say more mercenaries.
Yes!
I am willing to pay you each 50 gold pieces for the information, and I will tack on an extra 25 if you dispose of the gang entirely.
Whoa. That's a lot.
Well, that's not a bad deal given the circumstance.
Oh,
Not like we'd have a choice.
One more time? Alright.
The thing happened.
Uh,
Repeat what you said.
What? Did I say something weird?
no, just
Oh,
repeat what you said
the
because you
thing
cut out
happened.
mid-sentence. Yeah, you cut out mid-sentence.
Oh.
What happened?
God damn it. I suppose we could do that.
Splendid. Well, there is one tidbit of information that could get you off the ground at least. Apparently, the baker has an assistant that comes in every night around 5 p.m. on the dot. This assistant would be there for her until closing time around 6:30, after which he would run the business as a drug cartel.
Okay. But what if word has gotten back to them that they've been brought in for questioning?
Well, I have a plan for that.
Excellent.
What we could do is send the baker in to act as if everything is normal. And once she leaves for the night, we can swoop in and get information out of the assistant.
Sure, and she's in a cooperative enough state to do that?
She doesn't technically have much of a choice, considering, according what she told me, the gang has been extorting her for quite a long while, threatening to burn down her shop and either outright kill her or enslave her.
Lafayette will begin to sign out, essentially blackmail.
Well, that's not great.
Wait.
Exactly.
Enslave? What does that mean? Wait. Hold on. I've heard about that word, and it's not pleasant what I've heard.
Lafayette will
It's
begin
exactly what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing here on the mainland too?
Essentially, slavery is owning someone else against their will, making them do things that they do not want to do. For no
And it
pay.
is illegal, yes?
Yes, it is very illegal to own another person.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so does that mean that I can bash people who have slaves in the head with my stick?
I think there might be slightly more official channels that you're supposed to go through. But, you know,
My official channel
maybe
is
once.
my official channel is Shillelagh.
More pressing, if this has been known to be happening for months at this point, why has nothing already been done to stop them?
We have tried and tried again, but we cannot find out where they are coming from.
Lafayette will snap her fingers. And
Yes, Lafayette.
Lafayette will begin to sign out. I know where a general location of where they place their slaves. I was almost one of the victims, actually.
What?
Today?
Are you serious?
Nods.
Well, that explains
so-
why you look so tired.
That would also explain your long absence. Now I'm even more concerned.
What the fuck did we miss?
And she's just kind of making a hands motion. It's like, typical Sunday. But,
What Sunday?
mm,
I don't want typical Sundays where you're from.
but, she'll begin to sign out, taking her time to kind of figure out a good way to, like, make it understandable with everybody. She signs out, essentially, when I woke up, I got almost brought in, but managed to pry some information before he screamed for his friends. They're currently located at a sawmill about 30 minutes away from here.
So we can investigate that in the meantime, and well,
She held up a finger at that. There is a catch, though. There are some of the people from that area in here right now. They were chasing me, but I lost them, and I lost sight of them whenever they got mixed in with the crowd when we arrived here.
yeah. I really want to help that child.
Then maybe we'll go help the child. It's fine.
Are you, sir? I mean, I don't want them to, like, run away and, like, remove all trace of them having been there, knowing that we're gonna come back looking for them or something.
I think we have a bit of time before that happens.
It's not like they can just up and dip like that anyway. They were too scattered when it happened.
Okay, fair enough. Then, first we go check on the child, then we investigate the sawmill.
She'll nod at that before pointing at the guard. And then she'll sign out. I have something to discuss with you right quick.
Very well.
And if the sawmill ends up being a dead end, well, we still have the baker assistant to fall back on. We have leads. We are detectives.
Boy.
I know I'm like the overseer of technically everybody here, but God, it's so funny just to shove the two teams together. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna fuck off from this shit right quick. Because technically, in that instance, I'm not responsible for what happens. So,
Guys, we're like Sherlock Gnome.
she just slow head turn from Lafayette towards you, and then she just kind of makes a question mark with her tail, and then follows up with her sign of, "How are you learning these?"
I do a lot of reading in my free time.
What free time? It's been a day.
Oh, and yeah, we were so busy yesterday at the fucking mansion with the prince.
Did you spend half the history lesson just reading books outside?
History lesson?
Oh my god!
Okay, that explains why she That explains why she took so long in the bathroom.
And you just absorbed all of our local pop culture in the meantime?
It's very entertaining.
I mean, those books are pretty good, but that's not the point!
A very unamused expression is on Lafayette's face, and a very steady exhale is like heard through her nose, like, I fucking hate you.
I went to that, and I live here!
Well, Mr. Journal, I know the answer to that question that I said yesterday.
A moment of deep breath, and then exhale once more before she signs out. At least you're learning something, I guess.
Oh, phew. Earl Grey tea is not that mad at me.
Head tilt?
What?
What about Earl Grey tea?
Nothing. Don't worry about it, cream puff and chocolate-covered strawberry.
Okay, we have to
What?
go. We have to do something. That's
What?
not this.
Lafayette will
Let-
turn back towards...
Let's go to the quest board.
Lafayette will point at the four. I will meet you all there. This will be quick. I'm going to speak with the guard about something right quick.
Let's get to the
As-
quest board.
Fine.
As we start to exit, Mishpa, who has been silent and trying her best to follow this stupid conversation the whole time, slowly looks towards Breia as they're exiting the building. So, you killed a man.
You really don't want to talk about that?
Oh no, please. Please, tell me about it. You don't seem the type, and I am infinitely impressed that one of your build and stature was able to take down someone like that.
I just never had to use magic to attack someone before. Hearing myself doubled is fucking with me. I didn't know what would happen.
Very interesting. So, you didn't engage him physically?
I was standing like 15 feet away. It was surprisingly easy, actually. I thought killing people was harder.
Oh, no. It can be very, very easy if you apply pressure to the right places. I'd be happy to give you some pointers next time.
She applied
I'd
pressure to
really
his
rather
face.
not. Also, just public image stuff here. Typically, we don't go around talking about giving each other tips about murder.
I'm not talking about murder. Murder is a senseless taking of life for no reason. Killing is an act of taking life so that more life may go on. You acted in self-defense, yes?
Yes. Well, I guess
then
I
see.
acted-
Well, then
Never
I
mind.
see no problem discussing this.
I still believe it should be something discussed in private.
We are in private. We're just walking along minding our own business.
You're in the fucking public street.
Yes, I, the player, know this. Mishpa does not give a shit.
Mishpa, you shit heel. I respect
With-
you.
We should talk about things like that when we're not out in with people around us, is what I'm saying.
Oh, fine. But I do want to hear more about how this magic stuff works. It sounds infinitely fascinating.
Very well. In society, in the future, you will find that the people that you pass by actually care quite a bit about what you say. So, we'll have that discussion later.
As you say.
In the meantime, Lafayette,
Hello!
what are you wanting to discuss with the guard captain?
What was that area that me and Mishpa were in whenever we were out Loftlanding? Because I know, like, it's divided in districts, right?
You were at the docks, yes.
Okay. She's going to discuss basically what she has gleaned during her brief kidnapping. Basically share the information that she had. Basically like the general location of where she was and like how many she was able to glean that were there. There were hired hands plus the gang members.
Mm-hmm.
But then she's going to be talk about something a little bit more direct.
Mm-hmm.
And he is able to speak sign language, right?
Yes.
She begins to sign out. Do you know what the guard captain, or who the guard captain is that was there at the docks earlier? About like maybe an hour, 2 hours ago now at this point.
The one who had that shift, and still currently is supposed to be on that shift, was Captain Williams.
She'll make like a hand motion for like... Well, she won't do that. She'll kind of sit there and think for a second. And then kind of sign out. Is he still... So he's supposed to still be there, but what if he isn't?
Then he would definitely get written up for insubordination.
And then she'll kind of like reach up and lower down like her scarf just a bit to kind of expose like the stab mark, I assume, that the sedative was put in.
Yep.
And then she'll kind of show that to him before she signs out. He's definitely something along those lines. And he's also the one that drugged me whenever I was investigating the cart.
I see. Normally, I'd be remiss to believe such a thing, but with how he's been acting lately...
And then she's going to try something different. She's going to lean forward right quick and sign out basically the equivalent of like, just because she's curious, she's going to use Thieves' Cant in her sign language and basically try to say, so what do you aim to do with him? As in, like, an ill intent of, like, are you going to kill him or what? To see if he catches on to that or if he gives, like, a normal response.
He looks at your sign language, and he actually seems to think, which tells you that he can understand you.
She will pause for a second, and a very devious grin forms across her face as she signs out, I have a proposition for you.
And what would that be?
I would like to take that to the anxiety chamber, please.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Fuck you.
Yellow.
Hello. So allow me. Your brief pause definitely gives me signs that you are in correlation with the guild around here, I assume, yes?
With the various things that have been going on in this country, I've had to align myself with some unfavorable sorts, but only those who wish to do good while working outside of the norm.
Allow me to propose something.
Hmm?
I, in particular, am very proficient when it comes to getting rid of the undesirables. As a matter of fact, I had to deal with a rather unsavory dock worker that was about to take me in before I had to come back.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll kind of like coil her fingers together for just a moment, just kind of like idly tapping them together before she begins to sign out again. I would like you to, should something to accidentally happen to him within the coming days, perhaps consider seeing it as an act of God of sorts, or
just a happy little accident to some. If he is part of those people that are helping him, or helping the gang, what was it, Cloud Striders, or what was it?
The Coastal Specters.
Coastal Specters, that's what it was. If he is assisting these Coastal Specters with their slavery gig, I do not have patience for that. And I would rather get rid of these unsavory sorts as fast as possible. So if you were to, I don't know, slip up some information of where he patrols, or perhaps somewhere he lives, or somewhere he frequents.
I can do you a bit one better.
Your perk?
He reaches into his desk, and opens a drawer and pulls out a familiar medallion that he lays on top of it, and you recognize it with the emblem being that of the Obsidian Dagger, the Assassin's Guild you were a part of.
Her ears kind of... Her eyes... Well, not her ears are already perked up, but her eyes shoot a little bit wider as she leans over and takes it for a second. Not easy to get one of these. As she signs out with her one hand as best as she can. It's probably a little bit skewed, but kind of gets the point across still.
No,
She then sets it down onto her lap.
No, it is not. But I can tell that you are one with a good heart. You have already done this town a great service. So, I feel that this would be most appropriate.
She will look at the medallion for a second and lower it back down to her pocket before she just takes a soft inhale and thinks to herself, nothing really has changed. She will then stand up and nod, and very quickly, before she forgets, to give the description of the people that she was following.
Mm-hmm.
And she is also going to make a request for his patrol routes of Williams and his usual place he frequents, because she will usually strike at night.
Okay. He writes all this down, and he also writes on a separate piece of paper his patrol route and where he stays.
She will take the information, she will give a soft nod, and will look towards the door.
And
then
should
she signs
you
out.
and should you succeed in departing him, he puts down a large pouch of gold, and you can count out 100 gold pieces.
She kind of tilts her head at that and looks up to him. Are you sure you should be giving out that much money for an accident?
To be very honest, I never liked him.
She just kind of claps. And she just kind of has like a gleeful smile, like, you know what, fair enough. But she will go ahead and hand him at the very least 10 gold as a thank you for the information.
Mm-hmm.
It's only fair, and she'll probably get that back later, but, you know, only fair.
Yeah. You'll
And with
literally
that,
get it
she
back
will-
like tenfold.
Yep, she will read the paper as she begins to leave, and we can jump back to the main room as she leaves the front door, still reading the paper right quick.
Yep. You know that he patrols normally the seaside district. The seaside
Got it.
residential district.
Got it. Okay.
Alright.
I mean, he's got a cool hat, but that's not the 12th Doctor.
Hey, oh, nice hat!
Welcome back.
No.
Thank you.
Hello.
So I assume you all are still kind of like out in the front waiting for Lafayette?
Yes.
Okay.
Just casually discussing murder, yes.
Excellent.
And why we shouldn't be discussing it in public. Yeah.
That's fine. You see Lafayette stepping out the front door of the building, currently looking at a small piece of paper right quick before folding it up and putting it into her bag, or her little satchel that she has. And then she is going to approach the group.
What you got there?
What?
What you got there?
She looks up and kind of just gives like a dismissive wave and then signs out. Just some information that kind of help us find or learn more about these gang members.
Interesting. Okay.
And then she signs out, me and that guard in particular actually have a good relationship to where I've assisted him in the past. In return, he's doing us a favor by helping out as much as we can, or as he can, in this matter.
Understood. You know, I still
Well, then
don't...
just to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
You know, I'm still not sure I understand how we ended up in this circumstance to begin with. I mean, it seems odd that if you're having someone do a drug run, you would have somebody who isn't aware that they're doing that, which has some benefits, but also comes with the severe flaw of if they find it out, they have no reason not to tell people.
Lafayette just kind of like shrugs her head and just kind of makes like a screwed loose motion with her finger towards her head. She's just basically saying people are stupid.
I'll accept that.
So then, just to make sure I understand the sequence of events that we're going through here, we are going to go and help this small, sickly child, first and foremost.
Yes.
And after that, are we going to invade their base that we know about, or are we going to question the assistant at the mill?
I think there's some inherent risk that the baker's assistant might catch on to what's happening, so that might have a bit more of a time limit on it. I'd say we might need to get that done later in the day.
To be fair, we wouldn't. They only show up at a certain time anyway, so we'd have to do something to waste the time first.
This is true. What time is it currently?
It is currently 3 p.m., so you have time to still go to the child and do what you need to do before the assistant would come in.
Yeah, so we got time to work with.
There
Lafayette
then.
will kind of point towards the quest paper that one of us has. I don't remember who picked up the child one, or if we just left it there. Well, she'll just kind of make the general motion towards like a building and just sign out. We have the kid first.
Yeah, you actually were the one that took it, and you refused to let Nani have it.
I didn't refuse to let you have it.
You took it and you hid it.
I didn't take it or hide it either, Missy.
And
I
could
said,
you?
I'm gonna bite you. Ooh, I'm gonna bite you.
Anyway,
Kinky.
Damn,
So-
over here making false accusations.
So you go over to one of the residential districts to see the child, and you come to a sort of an apartment building. It doesn't look in the best of shape. It looks somewhat more like a hostel than an apartment building. The woodwork is very rotted, and a lot of the windows, their shutters are broken off their hinges.
I don't have a lot to compare it to. I've spent most of my life living in a ratty old tent, but this seems like quite the step down from where we were staying before. Do most people here live like this?
It really depends. And she's sending this out. It depends. Usually it depends on like lifestyle or how much monetary gain they are having.
We've passed by plenty of houses, and they didn't look as ramshackle as this.
There are more people living like this than maybe there should be. What concerns me is where would someone who lives here come across 50 gold that they could hand out?
Life savings.
I should hope not.
We'll just have to go ahead and find out.
Right. This is the place then, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna knock.
Okay, you knock. And you see at the particular door that you're at a very pale gray-skinned Shadar-Kai elf with black hair held in braids, wearing a very simple, plain white dress that is very dirty and torn in some places.
Let me open with I am not the Grim Reaper.
If I can set the scene, I'd like to think that Mishpa is standing next to you at the door, and as it opens, she kind of looks down after Nani says that. We've come for the child.
No. We've
That is-
come to help your child.
Yes.
That's what I said. Is there a problem with what I said?
The phrasing
way
of it
you
was a
said
bit
it.
odd.
Also, maybe don't start by saying you're not the Grim Reaper. That's weird.
We're having this conversation in front of you, and I'm very sorry. Anyway, we're here
Wait,
to help
Nani,
you.
are you the Grim Reaper?
Ignore them.
I'm going to sucker punch both of them in the gut. Small stature. As I am standing in front of them, my small stature clearly out of view, I'm going to sucker punch them both in the gut.
You get lots of cloth. Like
I go the extra mile for you. Oh, I make sure on that.
And you get nothing but hard scales on mine. Like, I don't feel it.
That's fine.
Are you like what? Are you gonna like lift up my shirt?
No, I'm gonna fucking just sink my hand into the shirt. Eventually, I'll find something to hit.
It takes a while, and when you find it, it feels very bony and wrinkly.
She finds it, and then she's just going to pat your face. How about that? That's closer.
Anyway.
That's fine.
Lafayette will hold up the quest notice that she left.
Oh, thank goodness. Please come in. And she lets you all in.
Fucking, we've come for the child.
I can't let Mitty have all the fun.
I've come for the child. Bring me the child.
Consume the cheese.
So she leads you upstairs, and you can see that this house, well, this apartment place is very unfurnished. And what furnishings there are very ragged and torn and dirty. This place is just very bleak. Like, Nani, this actually reminds you of your house.
I was actually literally in the process of saying it reminds me of home, but the outside is less colorful.
And she leads you upstairs to her son's bedroom, where you see a little boy about 4 years old, even paler than his mother, with short, dark gray hair. And as soon as you see him, you see a bucket of black sludge next to him, presumably what he's been throwing up. And his eyes are sunken in, and these purple spots have grown on him in various places, with fungus poking through in some areas, making him bleed a black ichor.
Fuck!
Oh no.
Well, shit.
Nani rushes over.
Oh no.
Oh no, what exactly?
I've seen this. I've
Seems
seen this.
uncomfortably
Where?
familiar.
He has the blight rot.
Is that what it's called?
Yes!
That is what we call it on the island, yes?
I wasn't expecting to experience blight shrooms this early on, after you mentioned them earlier. Fuck.
No.
Maybe don't swear in front of the child. The parent doesn't like that.
It doesn't fucking matter! I haven't unlocked enough magical skill yet in order to just test out healing magic on this.
Then do you have any idea how it can be conventionally treated?
I have some ideas. Let me have a look at him. I'm going to examine him, see if I can figure out a way to aid him. I'd like to make a medicine check.
Go ahead.
Since I have experienced, like, at least I have seen this before, could I offer assistance?
Yes, I'll allow Nani to roll with advantage.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, Nani, you know that in this early stages, there is a possibility that it can be cured through magical means. And you actually know the spell from the druid book that Opal Leaf got you. It's not a spell that you know, but it is a spell that is available on the mainland from most healing magic. It is a spell known as Lesser Restoration. It can cure any disease, and since this is an early stage of Blight Rot, it is very likely that it can cure this child before it becomes too late. But if you wait any longer, possibly within the next day or so, he will fully become a blighted.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I have some good news, some bad news, and some really bad news. The good news is I know how to fix this. It's a spell called Lesser Restoration. If we use it on him in these early stages, we may be able to save the child. The bad news is that I can't use that spell yet. I have very weak control over my magic right now. Potentially somebody here on the mainland that can use healing magic should be able to. It's like just a step above using a basic healing spell. But I don't have access to it. Now for the really bad news. The progression of this, the stage he's at. If we don't do something immediately, I give this child 1-2 days, if I'm being generous, before he turns into a blight zombie.
Mishpa will turn to the 3 mainlanders that we have in our group. This should be easy enough for us to find, yes? You two must know someone who has the capabilities of this magic.
Well, there are healers of some kinds, generally around in large towns like this. The problem is being able to afford the treatment for it.
And I assume that's what the 50 gold wouldn't be able to afford.
Would I know the price point of something like that around here?
Yes, you would, because of your studies in magic. There is actually a formula that a lot of people have used to calculate the value of spells based on their material components, other components, and the like. And the cost of Lesser Restoration would normally be 40 gold.
That actually might be workable.
Ma'am, why have you not gone to a healer with the gold that you have?
Well... Hold on, I'm getting my notes.
Wait, what was my excuse?
A couple tearful gasps, immediately followed by Bright. Oh, let me get my notes.
I'm basically the grandma from Believe in Santa, Rhapsody Street Kids.
Oh my god.
Okay, right.
Damn, that's a deep cut.
Anyway, we do have a priest in this town, our main healer, but her price is just too much for me. She's charging 250 gold to try and heal him.
What in the world?
That's almost 5 times as much as it should be.
It's more than that.
Wait, what?
It should. The average price in the area should be what, like 40 gold?
Something to that effect, yes.
Where is this?
She told me that spells were very expensive and hard to do. That they cost a lot of materials and...
I see.
Where is this priest located?
She's over on the other side of town. It's not too far, about a 15-minute walk, in the other residential district, the Riverside.
Then I will go and speak with her and negotiate a price drop for you.
Could you please take my son with her? Maybe she doesn't understand the urgency. I can't lose him. He's all I have left.
You will not lose him.
I'm willing to give up my entire life savings to save him. Please.
Would either Nani or I know if it would be okay to move or handle someone who has this disease, even at this early stage?
Blighted only become contagious when they have fully transformed, and then you know that there is no going back. Not magic, not anything that you know of can turn a blighted back into a person. But in this early stage, they are not contagious. The only thing that is contagious that'll turn someone into a blighted is the mushrooms themselves or a blighted zombie. So while he will draw some looks, he is not contagious.
Okay. Then, what do the rest of us think about that? Should we bring this kid with us, or do we want to just leave him here for right now?
Yes, we are going to bring this child with us, and we are going to make that greedy bitch look at what danger they are potentially bringing to this entire country.
I mean, yeah, I agree. That was very intense, but fair enough.
And,
You
Let's
have
go.
no
Yes.
idea how much of my life I have spent on these fucking mushrooms.
And, everyone who is looking at Nani, you can actually see her mane begin to glow, and it kind of burns as it becomes a flame. As her anger grows.
Ah, good. Hell horse.
Okay. Well, love the enthusiasm. Let's... Mishpa! Grab the child, and we'll get going. We'll bring him right back.
At once, Tom Ato.
Again, Thomas, we'll work on it later.
As she will go over and carefully pick up the child, and lift him up into her arms and start to carry him downstairs.
You're fucking killing me with these names.
And, he does, wrap himself up in the blanket as you pick him up, and he does curl up in your arms. Cold.
It's all right. You'll be fine.
It hurts. I'm scared.
Yes, let's get moving.
Lead the way.
Okay.
Breia?
And... So,
Yes, I will.
You go over to the Riverside Residential District on the other side of the bridge, and it does not take you long to find the church.
Nani's gonna march in there.
Nani, wait.
Okay. You march on in there. The door is open.
Oh boy.
And you see a female...
Yeah, we're going in.
Yep, you see a female minotaur, fur colored in black and white with emerald green eyes and two very short horns that curve upwards. Her clothes and appearance are very neat and tidy, and she wears a symbol of Zonas on a silver necklace around her neck.
You,
Bring me your healer.
That would be me. What can I do for you?
Are you the one charging 250 gold for a lesser restoration spell?
Well, you do have to consider, spells are very expensive with all the materials and the time that it
Now
takes
hold on just a minute.
Hmm?
Breia, if you will.
Now, look me in the eyes and tell me that, please.
Yes, specifically, what components are there in Lesser Restoration that would warrant a 250 gold fee?
She looks
All right,
actually, she looks actually shocked that since no one has seemed to call her out on this sort of thing before, and it also takes her a moment to realize just who she's talking to with Breia.
All right, cool. You have nothing to say, then keep quiet for a little longer.
There are
This
no
young boy
material.
here.
There are no material components for this spell, and you look at this child. Bring the child.
The child.
Mishpa will
Talking with what I
slither.
said earlier.
Mishpa will slither
child.
forward and gently remove a bit of the boy's blanket so that the priestess can get a good look at how sick he is.
Now, as you can see, this young boy here has a disease that can be healed with lesser restoration. Now, there is a bit of a time limit on that, and if that time limit is not met, then
He's going to be
twice is telling me.
He's going to become a blight rot zombie. Do you know what blight rot is, lady?
No, I have never heard of such a thing.
You see those mushrooms growing out of his skin? Those will transform him into a monster, a spore-spreading monster that will infect your entire town, that will infect your entire nation if it isn't stopped here. This is a dangerous, magical, necromantic disease that this child is suffering from. And unless you want your entire country to become fungal zombies, you will cure him now for free.
Roll me intimidation with advantage +5.
We're all just walloping on this bitch.
Nat 20.
20.
Let's go. There we go.
26
Oh,
for
shit.
intimidation. 26.
You
Go.
You actually see her shiver a bit before quickly nodding right away, and she leads you over to an altar where she has you set him down gently. She unwraps the blanket to expose him, despite him being very cold to the touch, and She does wave her hands a bit in the somatic components. She does some incantations, and you see a bright yellow light emit from her and go into the child. And right before your very eyes, you see the fungus begin to melt away, leaving behind pristine skin. His eyes return to a more normal state, and he stops bleeding from these spots. He does still have some scars from where the mushrooms poked out, but those look like they can heal naturally over the course of a couple days. And his complexion becomes a lot more fuller, more vibrant, despite him being ashen pale.
Nani slumps against the altar and she begins to tear up. It worked. It worked. To see it with my own eyes. To see that this spell can in fact cure this disease. Oh, there's hope. There actually is hope.
And after a moment, you see the child open his eyes. He slowly sits up and rubs his eyes a bit. And he looks to all of you. Wow. You're so cool.
How are you feeling, little boy?
I feel good. I'm good.
Isn't that wonderful?
It is wonderful to hear.
Now, one last thing before we take this child back to his mother. I hope you understand now that blight rot is not something to be taken lightly. So, hopefully, if you actually value your people's lives, hopefully when the next time someone comes in with blight rot, with signs of blight rot, you would offer them a free restoration.
I've never known about this disease. What is blight rot?
Blight rot is caused by a black mushroom with purple glowing rims. They have openings at the top of the head. The head is where spores are released in puffs. They do not discriminate in target, contrary to belief that they only focus on corpses. They are not harmful to the touch, but do not react when... They don't react when you pluck them or burn them. Fire is a great way of disposing of these mushrooms. But if you strike them with a weapon, potentially even a harmful spell, they will spew their spores in self-defense. The spores will infect you with blight rot and slowly turn you into a contagious zombie covered in more spore-spewing mushrooms. I believe that this can be reversed, however, and you have helped me prove this theory. The shrooms release a very distinct odor of decay and ash. I can recognize the smell. I have studied it. I have yet to find a way to make them harmless, or even edible, but what I have found is that there is no way that these things are natural. Little boy, have you experienced one of these mushrooms?
No. I didn't see any mushrooms.
Then
The smell, the spores, anything odd.
Well, there, I did see, there was this, like a bread crust that fell off someone, and it had purple spots, and I ate it.
Oh no.
A bread crust that fell off someone?
No, it was like it was on a cart.
When you
I had the same fucking
You
thought.
ever had a dream that
he's
you could
poor,
and you
okay? He's 4, okay?
Have you ever had bread that's like you in purple and it slays me. It slays me to think about it.
So some purple-spotted bread fell off of someone's cart?
Uh-huh.
Where were you when you saw this cart?
I was playing with my friends.
Near your house?
I don't remember.
Well, that is okay, little boy. You were just trying to have fun and you were hungry. But now you know. You do not eat the purple bread.
Mm-hmm.
Good boy.
Mommy works really hard.
I'm sure that she does. Wait a minute. Bread. Everyone. I am very concerned that this organization that we are investigating might have some form of connection to this. If that is the case, there is something very twisted going on under the surface of this town. We need to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, we will have something worse than human trafficking on our hands. We will have a zombie outbreak. And there's only one cure for a zombie outbreak. I'd rather not have to purge this place in fire, contrary to the jokes that I make.
Perhaps, for a start, we should get this one back to his mother.
At once. Come.
He reaches up to be picked up by Mishpa.
Mishpa blinks for a moment before she gives a light smile. I think someone else will have to carry you for a moment. I have a question that I would like to ask the priestess in private, if I may, before we leave.
Oh, okay. And he reaches for Nani.
I mean, I know I look like a horse, but I'm actually very bony. I don't think that I'm strong enough to lift you, kid.
Oh, come on. You have the perfect platform for him to ride on.
What? You know what? We'll give it a go. Here, come on up.
Whee!
Do I have to make a strength save?
No. He's 4.
It's a
little
literal 4-year-old, yeah.
You guys have no idea how skinny I am.
Okay, but what's your strength score?
-1.
Okay, maybe a little help.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, my hands haven't touched the ground like this while I'm walking in a while. Okay, I'm actually going horsey mode on this one.
Fabulous.
All right, giddy up me.
Though, before we leave, might I suggest... I do have a question real quick.
Mhm.
That's a priestess, so a priestess of which god?
Zonas, the goddess of sea and the sea and storms.
Sea and storms, okay. Do they have a bunch of, like, clerics around, and, paladins and stuff, just in general?
That particular god, not very popular, unless you're in, like, this town, a fishing town. So, not exactly a lot of clerics, unless you're talking about the Tempest clerics. Or the Oath of the Open Sea paladins. Not a lot of domains.
That's the rest of the... Gotcha. Does the rest of the town know how much you've been charging for these things?
Well, no one has been questioning. Not a lot of people are as informed on the cost of spells.
And at that comment, you see Lafayette's eyes squint hard.
Well, I would suggest trying a grift that is less susceptible to a single mage walking into town, eh? I'm sure we'll be back by at some point. I'm sure you'll have changed your ways by then. All right, let's go.
Yes, Mishpa, feel free to catch up with us when you're done.
It will only take a moment, I promise.
As the party members begin to leave, Lafayette is actually going to kind of just blend in towards the wall, and kind of remain inside, just to keep watch. And if she has to, she will hide out of sight, just to fuck with her.
Okay.
Once they are alone, Mishpa is going to turn towards the priestess. How much money have you made off of running this grift on others?
Well, you likely wouldn't be surprised by how many people come in with minor injuries that I can heal.
How much?
Over my tenure here, I've accumulated, I want to say, about 20,000 gold.
I see. You know, where I am from, we do not take more than we need, and we give whatever extra we have to those around us. Survival depends on us being fair and honest with one another. I am new to this whole money thing, but from what I have seen, it seems that those that hoard it are a bit of a problem. So I am going to say this once and only once, and I want you to make sure that you hear it very clearly. You will give that money away. I don't care to who or to what. You will give it to those who need it more than you do. Every single misbegotten coin of it. And if you do not, I will find you, and your God will never hear your screams. Good girl. And she will twist around and start to slither out.
I heard all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, cool.
God, I wish I had. That was sick as fuck.
I love that.
Mishpa, take a point of inspiration.
Hell yeah!
Same with Nani.
Very good, you two.
Hooray!
And together we shall destroy capitalism.
Come, my transgender brethren.
There is one thing I'm going to do. while I'm
Comrade.
There is one thing I'm going to do while I'm still lurking inside there.
Hmm.
She's going to hold on to her skull right quick and have the eyes glow as the same feeling that dock worker felt surrounds that girl's mind.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you want that storm to come by quick, I suggest you do it fast. Starting with me. And she is going to walk towards her. You are going to give me 150 gold that I'm going to give to the mother that has suffered for your fucking ignorance.
Right. And she immediately rushes to a back area where she pulls out 150 gold in a pouch and gives it to you.
Snatches it out of her hand. Heed that warning, or that you may end up lost in the storm that you so call or you seem to worship. She kind of like has a silent leer for a moment before she begins to meet up with the group.
Mm-hmm.
Nay.
You see, and those who are curious, you just see Lafayette holding a bag of coin, just walking by everybody, heading straight towards the house. Hey! First
Hi.
disconnect! First big disconnect.
Chicken.
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 All right, and we're back.
I've blamed your internet for so long. That's not what it is.
Fish.
Fish.
So.
Welcome back. What'd you miss?
Yes. Basically everything after Mishpa getting a point of inspiration.
Okay.
Lafayette got 150 gold to give to the mom.
Yeah, she intimidated the fucking... You're basically using that leverage with the help of Mishpa's intimidation. She's basically solidified that by starting her redemption process early. She is currently carrying a hefty bag of 150 gold that she's going to give to that mother.
Mm-hmm.
Good
But
shit.
but you don't know that she's doing that. You just see her with a fucking massive bag of gold just walking right past all of you heading towards the house.
Communism. Communism.
Our money!
The rich should have to pay taxes or something.
Well, that's a little bit nicer. The last time she split from someone in the party, she didn't come back for a while.
Is that a bag of money?
It doesn't sound like it was entirely her fault.
Lafayette nods as she just keeps walking by.
Oh.
Well,
I
it
see.
seems like she was quite efficient.
Lafayette just kind of looks back with like a playful smile. You can kind of see it kind of forming through her mask before she signs out. Fear does a lot as a motivator.
Fair enough.
It does feel good to scare others.
It's good when you can use your talents to your advantage, yes.
Yes, I agree, Tombarine.
Getting
That might
closer,
be my
but
favorite one.
getting closer, but still no.
They're just gonna torture you for the entire campaign now, huh?
And you deserve it.
It's
I fucking guess.
his fault for making such a big-ass name.
We
Yeah.
love the name. We love the name for what it's worth, but god
Where
damn it.
are they all?
Where'd you get all these names?
Okay, that
Me.
was a lot of names. Where's everyone else?
Anyway.
I must say, that was surprisingly efficient, though.
Yes, we managed to get this done in, 45 minutes?
Yeah, that went surprisingly faster than, delivering the bread, maybe the delivering of the iron.
Yes, somehow saving the child's life was the easiest quest here.
Wild, isn't it?
Shut the fuck up. That fucking condescending tone.
Yes, we get it, Nani. The point is, it's done, and everything's mostly fine for the time being, except for trying to figure out where that mushroom dust came from.
And the next time a small child is sick and in need of help,
Mishpa is going to lean into the child that is riding on Nani's back. Do you know how to make a horse go faster?
don't you fucking dare.
Go on. Kick your heels into her side.
You break my spine.
If you get your spine broken by a 4-year-old, that kid has a future.
Also, if a 4-year-old can break your spine, I'm sorry, but you deserve to have your spine broken at that point. It's inevitable.
His legs leave your side before.
I'm going the gun.
This is the strongest child ever. You take 4d12 damage.
I swear I'm gonna teach this kid to swear.
You said fuck like 14 times. God damn it.
Hey, now you're in on it.
No, Oh, okay.
Lafayette just hums to herself ever so quietly. In her breathy fashion, she can't speak. She can't get involved.
Bless it all.
Go on, Nani, giddy up. The sooner you get there, the sooner this stops.
I'm fucking giddying up as much as I can.
So, for sake of expediency, I would like to request that say that we have begun to head towards the house and say that we arrived there here within the time limit.
Yes. And indeed, you are able to give the mother the gold, which she is very grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Bless you all. Bless you.
And Lafayette's going to pull out the piece of paper as well, and stick her claw onto the 50 that was printed on it, and using her claw rip that off, essentially saying, "We don't want your money for this." At least she doesn't. I don't know about all y'all, but fuck all you. This is a moral thing.
Yeah,
no.
Terrifying that priestess was more than enough payment for me.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with not getting paid for this.
Did you see the look on that woman's face? That was worth it.
That was worth
Keep-
more than any money could have.
Keep your money. Treat your son to food that isn't infected bread.
Isn't what?
He mentioned some spotted bread that fell off of someone's cart.
Purple spotted bread, no less.
She looks extremely confused. Dear, I told you to stop eating things off the floor. Much less off the ground. But it looked tasty.
Did it taste tasty?
No.
And that's what happens when things fall on the ground.
Now, would you happen to have seen anything that would match that description? Anything with purple spots or things like that?
No, I've never seen such a thing.
Well, don't worry, we're already going down a rabbit hole that might lead us to some answers. In the meantime, can you please get your son off my back? I do not enjoy being an actual horse.
Of course. Nemo, get off. Okay. He climbs off.
No, I just need to get my hands off the ground.
Mishpa will grab you by the back of the neck and hoist you back up to your feet.
Oh, yes. Oh.
I suspect we'll need to get you some carrots as a treat.
That's highly insensitive. She prefers oats.
Hey, don't knock root vegetables until you try them.
Are we implying that I've never had a carrot?
Have you had a carrot?
A few times in my life, I can think.
I prefer pears.
Those aren't the same category of thing, Tom!
Yeah,
I know.
but
I
pears
prefer fruits.
pears are nature's candy.
Exactly.
Mediocre fruit. Sorry
Wait.
to say.
Wait a minute, you prefer fruit, and you were feeding your bats strawberries earlier. She takes out her journal and starts writing something down.
Yes, people have made that connection before.
Can I look over
It's purely
Nani's
coincidence,
shoulder?
I assure you.
Can I look over Nani's shoulder to see what she's writing?
Sure, she's writing, note to self, write fan fiction about these two later.
Why? What to? Why?
What?
Never you mind, you guys didn't see.
Thomas
And
is
Mishpa's not
back.
going to tell you.
Thomas's bat and a pear, the best fanfiction. Only
Yep.
one of them, though.
Yep, totally was making the connection between Thomas and fruits. Definitely not chocolate strawberry over there. Anyways, moving on.
Anyway. So, you do have...
Oh my god!
You do have plenty of time before you have to be at the baker to
I mean, I love
meet
that.
the assistant. Of course, it is right now 4 o'clock.
Okay, so how much does a hotel cost again?
Lafayette kind of makes a hand motion. Basically, she just basically says it varies, and really depends on the quality of the tavern in question.
Okay, because like I got 7 gold now, but I'm not sure how far that's gonna get me.
Would I know of a decent place to stay?
Yes,
in
the
this
local
place?
tavern is the Golden Parrot.
And do I know the prices of that place?
I would say you would. Rooms are 5 silver pieces for a single, 1 gold piece for a double, and 3 gold pieces for a suite. A single room houses 1 person, a double room houses 2 people, and a suite houses 6.
Lafayette will do some thinking for a moment before making a hand motion, making her hands move, and signs out, well, would you like to go to a tavern to get something to eat? Recharge for everybody?
I'm
That
not going to
sounds-
say no to trying new food.
I certainly wouldn't mind.
Well, considering that
Seems
I'm already
like-
calling everybody by their food-based names, yeah, I think I'm kind of hungry.
She kind of blinks as she remembers the name that she gave her and just kind of stares at you for a second.
What? Why are you looking at me like that, Earl Grey tea?
Just shakes her head.
Nani, you said the quiet part loud.
What? What was the quiet part, saltwater taffy?
I don't want to be saltwater taffy.
But you're so colorful and stretchy and salty.
Just to be clear, what the fuck did you call me?
Cream puff.
That's
Oh.
Can I,
Earl Grey tea.
having
no.
her bring up the food names, can I make an insight check to see if I understood what the fuck was happening earlier now?
Oh, and Breia, you're chocolate-covered strawberry.
Have you said that out loud yet?
Yes, a couple of times.
Yeah, she has said all of yours out loud now. Breia is chocolate covered strawberry. Lafayette is Earl Grey tea. Mishpa is saltwater taffy, and Tomas is cream puff.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, my question still stands. Can I make an insight check to see if I noticed what the fuck happened earlier?
Sure?
What, with her noticing that I fed my bat strawberries?
I just want to know if I can understand what the brain click was. I don't know what she wrote. I just want to know if I know what the brain click was.
You can try to figure it out.
No.
That makes it so much better when they're just oblivious to it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. I'm totally talking to cinnamon flavored jelly bean on my haunch over here.
Lafayette's just going to begin to move and just whistle towards them. It basically makes a hand motion to follow me as she's going to escort them to the tavern, using the quickest route she knows.
Okay. You soon enough get to the Golden Parrot. It is in a pretty busy part of town, and you see that there's quite a few people here already. Some of them getting off a bit early from a hard day's work. Oh wait, I get to change the music.
What, walking into a tavern isn't suspenseful?
Extremely. In a fishing town, there's bar fights happening right now.
At one table, you see that a game of chance is being played, with a Triton, a Kobold, and an Elf playing a dice game. You see another table where a male dwarf is telling a tall fish tale. You overhear him saying he caught a devil shark in his net that almost took his arm off, showing off the scars that he got from said attack. You also see some sort of dark figure sitting alone at her own table, a half-orc looking woman with a dark hood, with her feet up on the table as she lounges on the chair with her arms draped over the back. And you also hear the bards on the stage playing a happy tune as a lot of people are dancing and having merry times, getting absolutely hammered.
I just imagine the, fishermen getting called out, "Hey, McGregor, you already called that skull last week with that singer."
You're full gone. There you go.
Oh. Didn't want to hear my Scottish impression.
It was too powerful.
Your Scottish impression fucking caused the internet to have a stroke. Settle down.
Again, it's not the internet. I was listening to it the whole time. I heard him drop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The rope wrapped around me legs and cut them clean off. What? You're telling me those are both prosthetics? Oh no, McGregor. Fucking
I just
do the
imagine
make
he's
some
getting-
noise bit.
I imagine he gets called out "Hey, McGregor, you already called that scar last week with that giant ray."
And as the bards are playing on the stage, Breia, you actually notice that a very tall and rather handsome-looking Eladrin looks over to you and kind of gives you a wink as he plays his tambourine.
Oh, interesting.
His skin is a very pale blue with a white tree-like birthmark going from his nose all the way to his forehead.
Breia waves, but doesn't make any indication of going over there right now, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Mishpa is going to pat Breia's shoulder to get her attention.
Yes.
Would you do me a favor and order me a plate of whatever? I'm not picky. Just order me some food and I'll pay you back. I'm going to take a moment to enjoy a game. It's been quite a while since I've rolled the dice.
Oh, all right then. Sure.
Thank you kindly. And she will slither over towards the table. She sort of towers over everyone at the table as she approaches. Mind if I sit in for a round or two?
And I will give you the menu.
Just because it's a tavern and I know for a fact there's alcohol here. What time is it?
It is currently 4:30 now.
That's not 5 o'clock.
It's always 5 o'clock in Margaritaville. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Digby.
It's so close to 5 o'clock. It's right there.
Lafayette will hold up a finger. 1. You may have 1.
Why does lunch and dinner cost more than a room?
That's honestly a good question.
I'll just have a citrus tart.
Alright. Anyway, Mishpa, you go over to the game.
Yes.
Okay. I actually have the game that they're playing.
Okay. Question, would I be able to use my proficiency with dice sets in any way here?
Yes, technically.
Okay.
So, they're playing a dice game known as Pig. Each player rolls a d6 to try and reach a certain number of points. And if any of them roll a 1, their points reset to 0. The first one to reach the threshold exactly gets the pot. If a player goes over, then they restart at 0 again. Currently, there's 5 silver left, or there's 5 silver on the table as the bet.
She'll drop a gold piece in.
The kobold looks up at you. Oh, we got a big spender, don't we?
I'll assume, yes.
Well then, I hope you're ready to put your money where your mouth is.
Oh boy.
This doesn't seem like the kind of stuff I'd put in my mouth, but I'll give it a try.
Alright, so. Go ahead and just roll your proficiency with dice sets.
Okay. 23.
You win the pot.
You're kidding!
You're joking! You're kidding!
A 2, a 6, and a natural 1.
The fuck?
How much did you just win?
It was 5 silver, right? So
Yeah.
essentially 2 gold. So essentially 2 golden. No wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
gold.
half a gold piece.
1.5 gold piece.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So... Anyway,
I rather like this game. We just rolled dice for high and low back where I'm from.
Oh, there are plenty of dice games to go around. Come back tomorrow and we might play a different one.
I might just have to take you up on that. Thank you. Money earned, she will slide away and head over to see what was ordered for her.
You
I
see that
think
Lafayette gives you a thumbs up on your way over here.
I think Breia probably would have ordered just 2 orders of fish stew.
Mm-hmm.
One for herself and one for Mishpa, but obviously.
Oh, and by the way, the lunch and dinners come with a drink. Not alcohol, but a normal beverage.
Well, the water is complimentary, right?
Yes.
Cool. Nani orders a citrus tart like Tomas did, and she's also going to get some complimentary water. But she is looking through the other stuff with interest.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they've just got like fruit juice and these alcohol names. They're so fun. Like grog. What the heck is grog? That sounds like something that would get stuck in your throat. Grog.
To be honest, nobody knows.
Sunset wine. You know what? If it's as pretty as the sunset, then it can be as flamboyant as it wants. Honey whiskey. Well, sounds like something sweet to get yourself really fucked up too. Spiced rum. Spicy drunk. Blackout. What does that mean?
Listen, some nights you make a mistake and you pass out.
So are you saying that if I drink this blackout thing, I'd probably get knocked unconscious by it?
Entirely possible. Or you'll lose track of your surroundings, forget what you were doing, and then wake up 2 cities over.
Really?
Not speaking from experience here, of course.
Insight check.
Inside check.
This is fucked up.
Oh, 15. That's actually pretty good for me.
It's from experience. This has happened.
All right.
Nani reaches up, takes Breia's shoulder, and with this weird smug look on her face, she says, "Well, if I ever decide to do that, I hope that somebody with experience will do it with me so that we can experience it together."
You know, I don't think I've had anyone suggest blacking out with me before. That's new.
Lafayette just kind of rolls her eyes and just taps the bar and then points to the menu she wants to have. Where'd it go? Come back. There it is. She would like to have a banana muffin and a coffee and tea, or just coffee, actually.
Yeah. All right then.
Oh, and she would also like a single room, please.
Mm-hmm. The band actually ends, and there's a big hurrah and a cheer from the crowd as they finish dancing. And Breia.
Yes.
You see the Eladrin hop down from the stage, wave away from his bandmates as they take a break, and he comes on over to you. Hello there, my dear.
Hello?
Well, it's not often that I meet a celebrity out here.
Right.
You are Breia Silkwarden, right? Daughter of the great Sandri Silkwarden?
Yep, that's me, and that's my mum. Yep.
Well, I must say, you are as beautiful in person as you are in the pictures. And he gently takes your hand and gives it a light kiss as he bows. A pleasure to meet you, my dear. Arenzis, Bard Extraordinaire.
Well, fabulous to meet you, Arenzis. And, I'm sorry, the pictures?
Well, yes, of course. You've been all over the newspapers as of recently.
Have I now?
Yes, one of the heralds of the Abyssian cultural re-education effort.
Huh. I guess I didn't realize they were talking about that. Though I guess around here it must have become quite obvious by now.
Of course, everyone's preparing for the great festival to welcome you all.
Well, no one ever mentioned that, but,
Oops.
interesting.
I'm sorry, I can't keep a secret to save my life.
Can I make an insight on this, an insight check on this guy, please?
Sure.
What's this guy's deal? What's happening? Is he just excited to meet someone that he's, like, familiar with? Or is he, like, weird? Mid.
You can't exactly get a read on him. He seems like he's being genuine. Like, he's actually excited to meet you guys. You especially, considering you're, you know, female.
Stunningly beautiful.
Yes, that.
Yep. Fabulous. I'm sorry. Great. Well. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell anyone you told me.
Great. Well, how long are you planning to stay here in North Hallow?
I'm not sure yet. We've kind of exhausted the jobs that we're aware of right now, but I suppose it depends on how long another thing we're working on takes.
Ooh, are you at liberty to tell? I always love a good story.
Afraid not. It's a bit sensitive.
A shame. But then again, I can completely understand. Again, can't keep a secret.
That did account in my consideration, yes.
Before he says anything more, his bandmates are calling him over. Oh, well, I got to get ready for the next song. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Maybe tomorrow we could get some drinks and my treat?
I might not mind that. I'll see if I can make time.
Splendid. And he once more kisses your hand in a goodbye before going off back onto the stage, hopping on, and beginning to play with the band.
Well, that was interesting. And a bit early.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Usually I get more than, 6-7 minutes into being a bar before that happens.
What was that whole thing about him kissing your hand like that?
It's a sign of respect, I suppose.
Usually a courting gesture, otherwise.
Yes.
Courting?
Raise the sails!
When someone is interested in you, one of the more formal ways to sort of introduce yourself to them would be to kiss the top of their hand. Though, usually with older people, it was just a general greeting from a man to a woman. So, back in older times, when a man meets a woman, he would kiss her hand as a form of gratitude for meeting them.
Why was he already grateful for meeting them?
I mean, have you seen me?
Yeah.
Mishpa kind of looks you up and down for a moment. I mean, at the very least, he has good taste, but at the same time, it seems like it wastes a lot of time. Then again, I suppose I don't have room to complain. My people don't have time for things like courtship and dates and relationships and whatnot.
Breia is listening to you, but she has turned bright red in the middle of it.
So, like, if I lick the back of somebody's hand, does that count as puppy love?
People probably won't be super into that.
Perfect.
It is a good way to freak people out, though. So if you wanted to do that, that would actually be a good tool sometimes.
Noted.
I think you've given her a very dangerous idea.
Where's my tart? Where's my tart?
You get your food.
Hooray! I've never eaten something like this before.
With the muffin that Lafayette ordered, she's actually just going to swiftly cut it in half and then move over to Mishpa and just place it in front of her without contacts before stepping outside.
Kind of blinks a little bit and glances down at it. She watches you go, but doesn't immediately pursue. She'll ask you about that later, but she just shrugs and first picks up the fish stew that was bought for her.
While you are looking after Lafayette, half of a sweet tart gets placed in front of you.
Pay tribute.
Why is everyone giving me their food?
I mean, I didn't give you my food. I gave you your food.
Still, I appreciate it, but why is everyone else giving me their food?
And then,
Nani, why are you giving me your food?
That you...
What? What are you talking about? I didn't give you my food. Nani is in the process of cutting the half that she has left in half and giving that half of that to Mr. Burns.
Yum.
There you go. This is
Wonderful.
This is as much as I deserve. Yum, yum, yum.
I'm sorry, what was that last bit?
I do not understand these gestures, but I will accept them nonetheless. Thank you. And she raises the bowl up towards her face, and Breia, since you're right next to her, you get a full view of the fact that she has absolutely no table manners, just sticks her face directly into the bowl, and you just hear...
My goodness. I mean, I've seen worse.
It's so good.
Glad to hear it. We do have these things called spoons.
Too slow.
I was gonna say it. It's not
Well, that's
fast enough.
kind of the point. Oh, never mind. Breia slowly and normally eats her stew and orders a honey whiskey because this is going to be a long, long adventure.
Great. So.
Yes.
After some time, it does become 5 o'clock. But you do have the option of waiting until tomorrow if you want to.
I mean, I haven't been stabbed yet. Let's go for it.
Come on. I've still got health.
Thomas, you look like you took a nasty cut back there. How are you doing?
I mean, I have something planned if you don't go, so.
Wait, what? Sorry, what was going on?
Thomas, you took a nasty cut back there. Are you doing okay?
I should be fine. Just a flesh wound. It'll heal over.
Are you sure?
It's just a flesh wound.
I have some magic still left in me. I could heal that up for you if you need.
If you don't mind, that would be nice, though.
We could be going into a dangerous situation, and I'd like everybody to be at their best.
Will you have enough magic left to smite our enemies if that's the case?
I'll be able to use Shillelagh.
I don't know.
Well,
what
you've
that
quite
means.
successfully proven that may be all you need.
I also have a knife. Alright, let's heal up Tomas.
There you go. Thank you.
She wasn't the one getting it wrong.
I thought she called me cream puff.
Yeah, but I think she does that to everyone. I don't think she's going to stop doing it.
Don't worry, I've eaten something. I'm fine now. I'm not thinking about food at all.
Good. Thank you.
So then, are we planning to go now then?
Yeah, why not?
Because we are.
We got
Okay. So, you're going to the baker to meet up with the assistant?
Yes.
Yes.
Alrighty. Change in music.
Is Lafayette coming?
She's just been kind of sitting out front, drinking the coffee, and her half that she still had, she took a really long time just to enjoy it, before tossing the rest of it to like the birds around her, before meeting up with everybody.
As we do go off, Mishpa is going to say to her in sign language, "Thank you for that."
She'll nod.
Nani signs to Mishpa. Where is my thank you?
What do you mean? You didn't give me a tart, remember?
I love Mishpa. Oh god. I love this kind of character.
Nani just rolls her eyes and drops it.
And like a fucking iguana, those eyes roll in two different directions.
Ungrateful.
Alrighty. So, how are you going about this?
I think we should have some people outside the building as watch point. And then probably have some of the stronger ones of us waiting inside. Perhaps one behind, perhaps one out of sight of the front door, and then another one perhaps behind the counter with the baker.
Well, I definitely shouldn't be in one of the obvious spots because I stand out like a sore thumb.
The phrase is a sore thumb.
I thought that's what I said.
I thought you said sore throat.
I said thumb.
Oh.
My
Never mind
player just accidentally threw the R in there for some reason.
Yes, my thrum.
I will go in. I think that I make for a very intimidating visage. I might be able to help with that part, if necessary.
Okay,
I'd recommend.
If you want to signal us, break a window.
Oh, trust me, if she attacks them, then I think we'll get more than enough signal. At the very least, I think you should hide, like, behind the door to ensure that they can't get out.
Me?
No, Mishpa.
They won't get out.
All right. Well, fine. So, who exactly is going in, and who exactly is staying outside?
I will stay outside. I will keep watch.
Fine. Then, Nani, if you don't mind also staying, I suppose Lafayette, I, and Mishpa will go then.
Nani, I feel like Nani's right though. She is a bit obvious. I think maybe Lafayette would blend in better. So maybe she should stay outside with me, and then Nani stays inside.
Lafayette knows the questions to ask. She's had the closest interactions.
That's true.
She just shrugs. Whatever you decide.
It appears that fate keeps thrusting us together, Tomas. What is this game that it plays with us?
The game is called Shillelagh.
The game's called like
Oh, Lord.
Okay, so.
You two just be safe out here, all right? If you encounter any trouble outside, just bang on the door a little bit with your big club, all right, Nani?
Right. Hit this as hard as I can.
Good. And good luck out here, Nani. TikTok. All right, let's go.
they got to do property damage.
So. Nani and Tomas are staying outside while Lafayette, Mishpa, and Breia go inside?
Correct.
Yep.
Okie dokie. So. There we go. After you see Rhonda come out of the baker shop, you see a Leonin man at the front of the house, going towards the door to the baker to switch the sign over to closed. He does take a look at you guys as you enter, though. Can I help you?
I suppose I will be the one that will do the quote-unquote talking here.
And Mishpa will directly translate anything that she says.
Okay. She will go ahead and ask the obvious question first. Do you understand sign language? If not, then Mishpa can ask.
He tilts his head.
Okay.
Do you understand sign language?
I do not.
Okay, this might.
Then I will act as interpreter.
Then this might complicate things a little bit. Okay. So, refresh my memory here.
Mm-hmm.
He is the one that is supposedly suspected of harboring drugs that also may intentionally include the Blight, correct? Or what was the interpretation from that?
Basically, this has become a fence for the drug trade of Patch.
Okay.
Using the miller and the baker to transport the drugs, and the baker to act as a fence to distribute the drugs to the populace.
Gotcha. Okay. In that case, Lafayette's going to look up the Mishpa and nod, and she's going to begin to sign out, trying to convey thieves' cant through him, or not through him, through her, and say, we have come to glean information that you harbor some unique products that could be of interest to us.
He raises a brow at you, takes a look at your group. You with the authorities?
Look at me. Do I look like one that would correlate, I believe is the word?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I look like the one that would correlate myself with the guards here?
I'm a Naga.
Hmm. And what about
I'm not
you?
from around here.
Hmm. Forgive my suspicions, but don't trust a lot of fancy folk.
What about us makes us fancy?
I was mostly talking about her. He points to Breia.
That's fair, actually. But she is.
I mean, fair enough. Most of us are pretty much willing to snitch on anyone if it benefits us in some way. But, you know, I have no quarrel with you personally, so...
Alright then. How much you want?
How much you got?
And he hefts up about 10 big bags, burlap sacks of what look to be flour, but you can actually tell is the disguised patch. New shipment came in today. Though I don't know
That's
if y'all
what the
can.
problem.
I don't know if y'all can afford this much.
How much would it be?
Getting this much cost you around 10,000 gold.
Fuck!
It's drugs! How much do you think they cost? $10?
If you get the fucking bootleg cheap ass version, absolutely.
Mishpa leans in close to Breia and just says, "Is that a lot?"
Yes, it is.
Okay.
How's the quality of the stuff?
This is very high quality. Homegrown.
Mind tearing one bag open just to see, or giving us this peek of an actual product? I don't want to be skimped on the deal here.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Would I be able to help?
Yeah, so advantage. Whoever has the highest, I guess.
What's your persuasion?
0.
Okay, well, actually, in that case, just do as she says. I'm the money here. I brought her along with me to make sure that I don't get skimped.
There you go.
And this is an excuse for me to do it as a deception check.
Okay.
12's rough. You said advantage, though, didn't you?
Yeah, because technically I'm helping you in a sense. There you go.
There we go.
That's a
Double.
little bit better.
Fine. And he cuts open one bag, and it spills out a little bit.
Question.
Hmm?
Would this? I know that this is drugs, but could this technically count as a poison?
I would say so.
Could I use my proficiency with a poisoner's kit to check its quality?
Yeah, I'd say so.
13. Not my best, but
This does look like some high quality stuff, considering that it's grown locally.
she makes a show of taking a pinch of it, running it through her, rubbing it between her fingers, making like she's giving it a very gentle sniff before nodding to Breia.
Wonderful. So, out of character, I do have a quick question. Just in general. Did we quite go over what exactly our goal here is? Like, what we're trying to glean, other than the obvious, like, he's a fence for the stuff, which we already know?
I think we're trying to figure out specifically where their main base of operations for the gang is.
Mm-hmm.
Because we
Gotcha.
know that this place is a fence, and we know where they're storing like the people that they bring in as potential slave trade, but we don't know where their base of operations is.
This is accept. Honestly, she doesn't approve of most of the things that pass through her hands. This is quite impressive indeed. Homegrown, you say?
Indeed.
And where could you possibly grow something this well made?
That I can't say. Trade secret.
Fair enough. Let me see something real quick. I need to check a rule real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And just a real quick question, just so that no flaws appear in my plan. What race did you say he was?
Leonin.
All right. Could I cast Charm Person on this guy?
You can. What kind of save does he need to make?
I was just reading it and I forget immediately. Wisdom.
Okay. What's your DC?
14?
You rolled a 12.
Hmm.
Okay. So he is charmed by you.
I mean, are you sure? Not just a little hint? Not for little old me?
I don't want to get in trouble with the gang if I were to tell, especially since we're not allowed to tell where our source is, just in case.
And who could I possibly tell? Do I look like I run in that kind of circle? Anyone who'd be interested in that information that doesn't already have it.
How close are you getting to him, Breia?
I think she's like leaning over the counter. She's like really playing into this.
Okay. In this moment, is his focus directly on her and only her at this current moment?
Yep.
I'm going to slink away since I'm short enough to probably get away with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to slink away, and I'm going to try to scout around the back rooms very quick for any incriminating evidence.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't find anything there, then I'm going to sneak up behind him while he's distracted to try to pick his pockets to see if I can't find any fucking bit of information or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me perception for the back room.
But natural 20.
All right.
God.
Well, you certainly do find a lot more bags of drugs. In fact, whole crates of them.
Is there a shipment label? Like, is there anything on them that kind of shows like where they came from? Is there any trace that comes from the, that leads me to the source at all?
Yes,
No,
because that is exactly what I would expect to be on a crate of drugs, a return address.
I mean, it would at the very least be like a false address or something. In theory.
They are unmarked.
Okay, figures. Okay, so there's a whole stash of drugs back here. Is there anything I can use to potentially trace it back to the source?
Something that does seem off is that you get the smell of pine wood off of them.
Pinewood.
As in the same pine trees that are from the woods.
Is that over towards the sawmill?
Yep.
If they have all their operations in one spot, then shit, we already have our fucking mark. If that's the case, and a slight nose twitch at that, she's gonna scout the room for anything else that could be potentially used as incriminating evidence. She wants something handheld direct, if she can, besides the obvious bags of drugs.
You do see a flyer that is advertising an underground cage match this Abus, which is the equivalent of Saturday, between a tabaxi and, well, the fighter this time is a tabaxi named Rosemary.
Cage match, you say?
This Saturday, Rosemary's getting in the ring.
Sunday.
That sounds
damn
like
it.
the sort of thing that a barbarian would be useful for.
Indeed.
So please spend your sage, rosemary, and time coming on down.
I hate you so much for that.
God, that's so good.
And it costs 6 gold pieces to be able to watch the match.
She'll take that flyer and fold it up and put it into her satchel.
And you actually find where it's being held.
Is it the sawmill?
No, actually.
Where is it being held?
Let me get my notes.
I'm a prepared DM.
Look, I have a lot of notes, okay?
Prepared enough to have written it down, not to have memorized it.
Hey,
Nope.
don't worry, I get you.
Aha! It is under an abandoned tavern located in the floods, which you know is an area of town that has been flooded and is now just a graveyard for old abandoned buildings and ships.
Perfect. She kind of just smiles at her find and folds it up and puts it into her bag. This is very good info. She is going to make a little bit of an extra greed grab here. She is going to go ahead and, while he is distracted with Breia, she is very quickly going to kind of poke through his pockets to see what she can find while he is thoroughly distracted.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
May I have advantage because he's distracted.
Yep.
Hands. Double 26.
Goddamn.
And it means nothing.
And he rolled a nat 1. Which means
He's just getting lost in Breia's eyes.
that his total is a 0. So
All I see is chocolate strawberry.
Hey, listen, like I said, she's leaning over that table. She's helping as much as she can.
So you find 15 gold pieces, a +1 dagger,
Also yoink.
and a note.
She won't read the note right there. She is going to yoink that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is so fucking blind. But what she is going to do is that she's actually, just to play into the bit, she's going to replace that +1 dagger with one of her own daggers to make it seem like nothing is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to that, she's going to take that paper, kind of put it into her satchel, and then kind of slink back into the group like she never left.
Okay.
Well,
Mishpa is going to glance down at her and sign to her Do you need anything else here?
She shakes her head at that. But to kind of... Well, the thing about it is, I don't know this in character, but out of character, I know what happens when Friend spell ends.
Charm person, but yes.
Charm person, yes. Not gonna meta on that, though, because I don't know. She's going to look up at Mishpa and sign out. How much do you think a small pouch would cost? Just a small hit. Because we want to play this convincing. And she's basically asking to keep that last part out.
I know the quality of the poison, but I don't really have a good sense for what anything is worth, because money is still very new to me.
Mm-hmm. Then she's going to make a head motion towards him to ask him how much he's asking for, like a small pouch.
How much for a sample?
Well, I guess from my old friend Breia, I guess I could part with a sample for 15 gold.
Convenient.
That's workable. I have a few people to speak to.
He bags up a small pouch of patch.
Lafayette will...
No, I don't have.
No, I got it. Lafayette will walk up with the 15 gold that she somehow came across on accident.
She came across on accident.
And slide it towards him, giving it a soft nod.
He nods back and takes the 15 gold, pockets it, and gives the small pouch.
And with that, Lafayette will give a bow and then sign to the others. Business is concluded here. Let's leave. We got everything.
All right. Well, this will all do nicely. Lovely to see you again, dear.
Yes, you too.
And out we go, I guess.
Okay.
So, how did it go?
And she was like, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, blah, blah, blah.
Are you pretending to have been having a conversation this entire time?
No, she just started doing that like 5 minutes ago, waiting for you all to come out.
Who said it's pretending?
What? I'm totally having a conversation. I'm saying words.
All right.
Oh, Lord.
If you say so, yes. Sure.
Look, I don't have a lot to talk about right now.
Mhm.
And I'm definitely not talking about personal feelings.
Lafayette just shakes her head and motions for everybody to follow. It's time to get out of this area.
Mhm.
Cool. So how'd it go in there anyways? Where are we going?
Thumbs up. And just pointing away. And once we're in a good distance, I want to kind of move us to like a quiet alley. One that I know is like really secured and very less frequently traveled. Once everybody is pulled aside, I'm going to pull out my findings here, starting with the flyer. And she's going to kind of find a spot to lay it out, even if it's on top of like a trash can lid or something. She's going to lay out the flyer, and she's going to read the notes that she got as well.
Okay.
That she came across from his pockets.
While you're reading that, Mishpa looks over the flyer and taps the picture of the tabaxi. Well, I could take her.
I'm sure you can.
Definition of nah, I win.
That just sounds really fun to watch, actually.
What, you wouldn't want to get in the ring with me?
She looks at herself, and then at you, and then back at herself, and then back at you, I would die in an instant.
Oh, come now. You could do some simple throws. It's all about controlling the weight and momentum of your opponent. Here, let me show you. And she's going to start to reach for Breia.
Listen. I think Breia responds like maybe a second too late.
Here's what the note says.
Lafayette's head kind of tilts upon reading this note, but looks at the name inscribed on it for a moment. Head tilts left one way, head tilts another way.
Alright, what's on there?
She turns it around and hands over the note towards Breia, as she's currently probably getting lifted up.
Yeah,
Literally
Mishpa has half of her coils around your legs already.
Okay. She takes the note to read.
You can read it out loud if you like.
Did you send it already, or do I need to send it real quick?
You.
Okay. One sec. Wherefore art thou?
Herefore thou art.
Art.
Right here.
Artsy fartsy.
Okay, it's sent.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's my same thought process too. I'm not sure what to make of this.
I kind of don't want to read this out loud.
Well,
I'm getting famished. Have this weekend be a double session or I'll eat one of you instead. Shauna heart. The heart is like a drawn heart. Well, you get it.
Who's eating who?
I mean, I
I'm
know
not
things
sure.
that are I know things are kind of desperate on the Isle, but I'm pretty sure no one's ever resorted to cannibalism over there. Do any of you happen to know Shauna, perhaps?
I don't.
not off the top of my head.
Ishana, by the way, with an I.
No, none of you know an Ishana.
Okay. And Lafayette will shift over to the flyer and then tap that specifically for people to see. That's still on top of the trash lid.
Yes, like I said, I can take her.
Head shake.
In a fight, right?
In a fight, right? Remind me again, what was the area that I recognize?
It is the abandoned tavern in the floods.
Lafayette will begin to make the signs towards specifically Tomas and Breia. Do you two remember the area called the Flooded or the Flood?
Vaguely, from what I've heard, it's the part of this town that's sunk into the sea, right?
I believe so.
Lafayette would nod. Would I know that this area is actually a really solid spot for like thieves, like thief activities and like thieves guilds?
Not necessarily guilds. There's not a lot of guild activity up here this far north, but it would be a prime spot for ne'er-do-wells.
Makes sense. Well, she'll kind of look at the flyer and kind of hand motion out. So apparently there's a interesting spot that we're not aware of over there in the floods underneath the tavern there. As a result, this could also be another point of interest, but while I was back there, she kind of like pauses as she like twitches her nose. The crates had the smell of pine wood, similar to what I smelled at the sawmill. Which means the sawmill is looking like to be a really solid target.
Interesting.
Yes.
So our options are this flooded part of town or the sawmill?
She would nod, yes.
I'd say we go to the sawmill first.
I mean, when was this fight happening anyway?
Does it say on the flyer?
Yes,
When it's
Avis,
happening?
which
Saturday.
is the... Yeah.
Saturday, yeah. Yeah, Lafayette will tap the flyer then and point at the date specifically on it.
Which is in 4 days from now.
Right.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to worry about that for another 4 days. So we could scout the place beforehand, but other than that, we wouldn't be able to make much progress until the day of.
Lafayette nods, but kind of raises her hands up to kind of sign out something. But specifically to Breia, I noticed that you casted something to kind of befriend that individual. Do you know how it functions exactly?
Yes. That spell is called Charm Person. It essentially allows me to magically convince someone that we've been friends for a while.
Quite the useful spell.
Isn't it just?
Perhaps we should report our findings to the captain first. Matthews has a good head on his shoulders, and he could milk this information for plenty. Then afterwards, we can also have him set up a guard ambush just in case something goes wrong at the sawmill.
Sounds like a good idea.
At this point,
But
however...
he did pay. But he did say he would pay more if we took care of it ourselves, didn't he?
Yes, but it still wouldn't hurt to share the information. But I leave it up to you, if what you would like to do.
You do know at this point that that Matthews would be off the clock. It is
true,
very
yeah.
late.
I thought it was only 5.
Damn, it's 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
It's so late. We should all be in bed at 7:30 p.m.
Like responsible adults.
Let's go to the sawmill.
It's a bit late for that. It's dark
What?
and...
But we're gonna be midnight rapscallions.
I think we've
Plus-
done quite enough for today.
I mean, in the dark, they wouldn't be able to see us coming, and Nani would have an excuse to set something on fire.
Fire.
Feel like we can't be making excuses for her to set things on fire.
No, do more. Like,
Lafayette. Go ahead.
when's the last time that I set something on fire since coming to the mainland?
He points at your mane.
Why are you pointing at me?
He points at your mane, makes a fire motion, like fingers like going wiggling, like ooh, like fire.
I mean, Mr. Benz is always on fire.
Head shake.
Well-
No.
No, you were glowing earlier.
I was
Like,
what?
literally glowing.
I don't follow. Like, is this like a metaphor?
No,
it's very literal.
again, literally glowing.
I don't. Look, I'm not playing around. I legitimately do not follow what you guys are saying.
Your hair turned into fire.
Lafayette just makes a dismissive way of saying drop it. She's not
My
gonna
hair
do it.
turned into what? When did my hair turn into fire? The nightmare thing is a metaphor. It's like, because I kind of look like one. I thought that was being clever. It's like a nickname to be cool or whatever. Like, it's just orange. It's not actual fire.
Yes, but you did, turn into fire. Your hair did, at least.
When?
When you got super angry.
Yes, when you were yelling at the priestess.
That's never happened before. But then again, I've never gotten that mad before.
Lafayette kind of snaps her fingers, saying, "Hey, focus."
Right, fine.
Lafayette's going to hold out the note, basically asking for the note. She is also going to go ahead and take the flyer and put that back in her satchel.
Breia would hand it back over.
She will fold it up and put it away, and then sign out a suggestion. We can still be rapscallions. After all, it's one of my many talents. I would advise that we go back and rest a little bit, but before it gets too much... Actually, as a matter of fact, striking at night might be the best idea. So a proposal.
My big concern is the longer that we wait, the more that this gang might be able to piece together that there is a group looking into their affairs. I mean no offense to Breia or the effectiveness of her spell, but would there be a chance that he would realize he was under some sort of magical compulsion?
Looks at Breia.
Yes, and that should be happening relatively soon.
Then what is to stop him from realizing that you charmed information out of him that he wasn't supposed to give? What does he do then?
Fair enough.
Don't worry, Breia. If anybody comes after you, I'll smack them with my stick like an angry baboon.
I appreciate that, Nani.
I'd rather just kill them. It's easier.
I think those are the same thing if you hit them hard enough.
Yeah, it might kill them.
Oh, it might kill them.
Death? Perhaps.
Death?
But don't think that I have forgotten, though. Tomas.
Yes?
I'd still like to talk to you about your experience with the Blight shrooms. But that can wait until later. We have more pressing matters after all.
Yes, I feel like we should get rid of this cartel before they start moving underground.
Good, I was getting tired of boring conversations.
Okay. Lafayette will begin to sign out. 2 options come to mind. Rest and prep, but deal with the guy in here first. Or go ahead and just go with it, but by the time we get there, the spell will wear off and they will be alerted. If I had to guess.
We have whatever remains of the hour.
Oh, is that how long it lasts?
Yes. What the?
Everything all right?
Yes. Everything's just fine. We should probably get on that or something. And Breia starts to walk, but is still, at least surrounded by Mishpa, so immediately trips.
Mishpa will put an arm out and catch you.
Yes,
now.
thank you.
You're getting jumpy. Seriously, is everything all right?
No, she's turned into a Game Boy.
What? No, hold on. What's a Game Boy? I need you to explain what a Game Boy is. In character, explain it right now.
Well, it's a boy that plays games. It can also be a boy that hunts game. Or it could be a boy that's got game.
Anyway.
All right, you goon squad. Stop. We're on a time constraint here. Because time do be flying when you having fun.
Yeah. Mishpa will uncurl her coils from around you, but she keeps an arm around you, waiting for an answer.
I'm fine. It's been a very jarring day.
Might not do anything, but I would like to insight her to see if she is being fully honest.
Sure.
9.
9.
7.
Even if I roll a nat 1, I still meet it
Mm-hmm.
on deception, so...
So yeah, Mishpa
She's
will
fine.
nod and release you. Well,
If
then-
I may.
Oh, go ahead.
21.
Bitch, motherfucker. You son of a bitch. Fuck you.
Ah, bitch.
Close.
Super close.
Oh, wait, why do you have to roll a different deception roll?
I didn't roll the first time. What I said before is
Oh.
I have a +6, a nat 1 is 7.
Okay.
Oh, you still would have contested with mine at the very least. Still.
Fair.
So, but at the end of the day, you still won. So.
And here, I
So
thought
then-
I had a pretty good roll.
So then, are we going to attempt to rest and just take care of that problem in there, or are we just going to go to the sawmill?
Let's go straight to the sawmill. I don't think we should waste any time. Like Breia said, we have an hour. We have less than an hour until the spell wears off, and unless he has a sending stone of some kind, he wouldn't be able to He wouldn't be able to alert anyone else before we do.
You didn't happen to find something like... God, it's fucking me up. You didn't happen to find something like that in his pocket, did you?
With my search, I wouldn't have found that, right?
Found what? A sending stone? No.
Yeah, he didn't have one.
So it might take him a minute to get to anyone to tell as well.
Yes, even if he had easy access to a sending spell or someone who knew a sending spell, we'd still have plenty of time before he realized.
Alright. Well, in that case, Lafayette will kind of motion towards the woods and motion the party to follow her, as
Okey-dokey.
she knows the fastest route out of the city, and will also be leading them directly to the sawmill.
Okie dokie. How are we feeling? We still want to continue? For a bit?
I'm still
I'm
feeling pretty
feeling
good.
great.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I also want to ask, is Breia dressed for like travel through the woods?
No.
Okay, then Mishpa is going to pick you up bridal style and carry you through the woods.
Oh, shit.
Oh my.
Oh, my. Listen, Breia's having a time today, and this is really tacking on to that.
What? I just wanted to make sure you didn't fall behind.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No thanks are necessary.
Look, she looks more like a tomato than tomato does.
This is your life now.
How long do we want to keep
Yes,
pressing
it
on
is.
for?
I have a plan on where I want to leave off.
Okay.
No shit.
All right.
Is everybody
It's
else cool?
never a good sign when the DM has a plan.
Cream Puff got no riz.
And it involves you.
Anyway. So. You all make your way to the sawmill. Under the cover of night. It's no issue to get there, and it looks abandoned as it should. Lafayette, you see the cart that was there before that had the cargo is gone. And there's not a sound aside from the natural wildlife.
She's going to approach it right quick and kind of scan the ground for a moment. Is there any leftover trace of blood that was left from the one that I killed?
Oh, definitely. There's a puddle of blood from where you stabbed the person.
Is there a trail of where they ran off to with him?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
They're covering their tracks. So is this where you killed a man?
Lafayette just looks back and just nods.
Cool, I have the greatest examples in the world.
Straightforward, I guess.
And you also see the bunker where they were taking the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever feel like we're not doing the best job guiding?
I mean, to be fair, I'm the only one out of the three of us that hasn't killed anyone yet.
Give it time.
I mean, you almost killed a guy.
I mean, yeah.
So I'm going to kind of scout forward, and I want everybody to kind of follow up behind me, but I'm kind of seeing if, like, there's any trail of, like, any equipment being moved out, or if, like, nothing has changed, and if there's, like, any traps on the door specifically as well.
Nothing has really changed, and there don't seem to be any traps on the door. They seem to not be expecting anyone to find them.
Okay.
Mishpa will put Breia down a little distance away and sign to Lafayette. Shall I open the door?
She'll sign back, looking to make a grand entrance for herself.
Element of surprise.
Is there, like, an opening I can peek inside from?
There's just the bunker.
So it just goes directly in the ground?
Yep.
Okay. She'll hold up a finger and then respond in sign language. Let's keep that element as long as we can. Ghost bash in the skull soon enough, I'm sure.
I can hardly wait.
Trust me. Me too. And she's going to try. She's going to try the door right quick.
Okay.
Pause.
It is
What?
It is locked.
I'm going to pull out my thieves' tools and see if I can't work my magic.
Okie dokie, work that magic.
Watch this. Okay, cool.
I was waiting for it.
I was waiting for it too. That's why I said it. I wanted it to happen.
Yeah, pretty easily you are able to pick the lock.
Very quick fashion, almost as if. Oh, yeah, almost as if she's done it before. She opens the door in record time and begins to slip inside, motioning everybody to follow her and keep low.
Damn, with your hood and your mask and your belts, you've snuck into places before? Crazy.
What? Me? No. I've killed a lot
I
of
would
people.
never have suspected.
I've killed a lot of
Her and her 50 belts I have never broken into anywhere before.
Motherfucker, you wish you were on my belt level. I'll have you know,
Really
belts
don't.
give me power.
I really don't.
I mean, trust
With that many
me.
belts, do you know how hard it would be to disrobe?
I imagine she does, yes.
You know, also know how effective it is to choke people out with 50 belts? I assure you, you can choke many at once.
Anyway.
Mishpa just slithers behind her.
So, you make your way down, and you do hear the, at first you hear the muffled yells of someone giving orders, before you hear a sss and a loud, shrill shriek.
Oh god, that's like, if I'm not mistaken, that's branding, I think.
Oh, no, I don't like that. That's not
I
one of my
don't.
kinks.
I don't like that either.
Rough, bad.
Lafayette keeps pushing forward, but like under the hood, her fur is starting to bristle a little bit.
Alright. You get down enough to where you can actually see a little bit under the dim torchlight what is going on. Thankfully, you have not been spotted yet. You do see a group of 5 slaves, as well as 10 gang members. You see 2 of them have already been branded, and they're about to get a 3rd one as well. They're dragging over what looks to be a Kenku who is struggling against her bonds. You see the satyr and Leonin have already been branded, and blood is gushing out from their mouths.
Can I kill them?
Lafayette will hold up a finger and kind of make a motion. Find an ideal spot. When I fire, all follow. And I'm going to scout ahead, knowing that I'm the sneakiest one of the bunch. I would like to try to see if I can't find a good vantage point to kind of get a surprise ambush on these guys.
Mm-hmm.
To also give my party a chance to strike.
Okie dokie. You do see that 3 of the gang members are with the prisoners that have not been branded yet. 2 of them are holding down the Kenku, and 1 is getting the brand ready in a furnace.
Okay.
I said 10. I meant 5. Sorry. There were 10 in total. 5 slaves and 5 gang members.
And the other 2 gang members, where are they at?
2 are what? Yeah, that's all 5. 2 of them are watching the ones who haven't been branded yet. 2 of them are holding the Kenku down, and 1 is getting the brand ready.
Okay. I think what I'm going to do now that if I'm able to get into a decent position, I would like to grab a rock.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to throw it towards like an open tunnel in the distance, just past them, like over their head while they're distracted.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of like turn our attention away from like the entrance that they're coming from. And the second they do, Lafayette's going to target the one with the brand and take aim, waiting for everybody to kind of ready up as well.
Yep.
And once she sees that her allies are in position and ready, Lafayette's going to fire a arrow going for directly the guy with the brand's skull.
Alrighty. I will say that you do distract them, and go ahead and roll your attack with sneak attack.
Sneak attack!
And advantage. Let's see what happens. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
13 to hit.
Yep, that hits, and immediately you shoot, and it pierces into his skull, and he actually drops the brand as it clatters to the ground, as he also does, and you actually see his head landed in the furnace.
Oh, he's dead as
Beautiful.
fuck.
No points.
And then Lafayette's
Elimination.
going to motion to everybody, move, now.
Mishpa is going to drop down onto the ground and spring forward towards one of the ones that is holding the Kenku.
Okay. They look towards you in absolute surprise.
As they should.
Nani is gonna go for the other one holding the Kenku with her shillelagh staff. But instead of springing forward, she kind of...
Yeah, go on.
Look, this is how she runs.
Alright.
She skips and frolics forward with a clippity-clop of her hooves.
Oh, God.
Fucking Christ.
I come in to bash your skull in!
Oh no.
Oh, God.
Honestly, that's somehow more terrifying than Mishpa.
I assume I make an attack roll.
Yep, Mishpa, you can also make your attack.
All right.
Ooh, that would have hurt if it hit.
That
Would've
did not
hurt really
hit.
bad. Oh no!
Oh shit.
Oh, shit.
There's the first natural one of the session.
So
Of
unfortunately,
the campaign.
Of the
So,
session campaign, yeah.
So unfortunately, you miss, and the one holding the Kenku actually uses the Kenku as a shield.
Ooh, that's a bad first impression.
And the Kenku screams in pain as you have cut her leg off.
Oh.
Oh, that's her whole leg missing. Oh, boy.
One second, please. Yeah, okay, I'm not doing good right now.
Can I specifically target the one that she fucked up
Yeah, sure.
on hitting?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Yep, one.
How?
How?
Why are we so bad at this all of a sudden? Everything was going so good.
It's
That's
a 23,
DND.
so I like to imagine it hits him right in the face, but it's 1 damage.
Yeah, you hit him right in the face. It's just like someone flicked him in the nose. He's like, "Oh, bitch."
I would like to imagine it's more like a rock hitting somebody in the forehead. Man.
So, Thomas, what are you doing? Please salvage this situation.
Yeah, fix this. Fix this shit.
I gave y'all a grand stage opening and y'all fucking clambering out on the stage. What's happening here?
Y'all done fucked it up.
The fucking 1 damage has me. So, it's time to shoot somebody.
Is it gonna be the Kenku rolls that one?
Shut up. Shut up. It's not gonna happen. 25.
Okay, who are you aiming at?
The guy who was using the Kenku as a shield.
Okay, you kill him.
I want to try to... Oh, yeah. It just... Like, after she takes a moment to see that, she cut off that Kenku's leg, an arrow just shunk hits the guy behind the Kenku in the eye.
Yep. My goodness.
Honestly, I don't know what you guys were trying to do.
Well, the last time I did it, it fully killed a person.
Okay. So, now it's the baddies' turns.
Man,
No wonder Lafayette kills alone.
Did good.
You did good. Yeah, you did good.
Mishpa.
I really love the good attack sandwich.
What?
Does a 14 hit?
No.
Okay. So this guy's short sword just kind of clangs off of your hard scales. He's like, what the fuck? Sword. And his buddy is
meanwhile, while he's hitting her with his sword, she's just going, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
This one is gonna try to attack Breia, and a 3 misses.
You and your bandits struggle so bad. I don't know what it is.
Look, shut up. And this one is gonna try to attack Tomas. Does a 15 hit? Tomas.
Oh, wait. Shit. Sorry.
Does a 15 hit?
Just meets.
Okay.
Sorry, sometimes my computer starts disconnecting, and sometimes I start disconnecting with reality.
He rolled a nat 1 on his damage, so you take 1 damage.
Wow!
Ow. Fuck.
Ow!
Bitch.
You bitch.
Okay, you guys' turn. Just kill him.
Kill him.
You don't know for certain we will.
No, I don't. But you're doing
right.
a lot better than they are.
Okay, I'm gonna say that since it was above a 10, she does manage to snap herself out of it enough to jump at the one that is still standing next to her.
Okay. Please don't roll another nat.
I hope not. I am going to forego the great sword attack. I'm going to try hitting him with my coils, actually.
Okay.
That is a 24 for 5 damage. I need him to make a strength saving throw. DC 13.
He rolled a 17.
Okay, so he is not grappled, but I would like to add a cruelty die to the damage.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a D6.
Okay, you strangle him to death.
Cool. Nani is going to catch the Kenku on her way down, and she's going to staunch the bleeding. She's going to take care of that leg.
Okay. She is just hyperventilating and screaming.
You know, this would be a lot easier with that. You know what? I understand. It's okay.
I'm going to enter a hiding stance again, and I'm going to get rid of, I believe, the last one who's just shot Tomas, I believe.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Dead.
Y'all know it's going to be a good time when the DM doesn't even make us roll initiative for the fight.
I didn't expect for this to be a very hard or long fight, okay? I didn't even bother preparing a battle map for this.
Fair enough.
We opened with the nat 1.
That's why I didn't even bother putting combat music on. This is gonna be so quick.
I mean, I opened with a fucking fantastic assassination where a guy's fucking head is now burning in the furnace.
Oh, good for you.
And then here comes...
Yeah, I'm glad you're so good.
And here comes the little lovely snake lady slithering on up to cause danger to not to fucking enemies, but to friends.
Everything was coming up Mishpa. It was so good up to this
Everything
point.
was so good up until that point.
What's that epithet that you have over there, hun?
The luckless.
There it is.
Instead of everybody hates Chris, everybody hates Mishpa.
Shut
Okay.
up.
Nah, we all have off days.
I know.
So,
I'm
It's
just
just so
teasing.
funny. So funny.
so after this whole thing happens, Nani, you are able to staunch the bleeding, by the way.
Okay, it's okay. We're gonna.
And the
Okay.
Kenku's passed out.
So what?
The Kenku's passed out from shock.
Okay, perfect. I don't have to reassure her that we'll attach her leg because I'm really not sure that we're going to be able to. I don't have any magic left in me.
And as you all are reeling from what happened, you hear...
Oh, that sounds
Bravo.
condescending.
Bravo, everyone. I have to say, I'm very entertained by this. And out of the shadows, I will show you what you see. And it's showed in VC spam. Boop.
PC spam.
Oh.
Oh.
The fuck are you?
Oh, how rude of me. My name is Ishana.
That's the one.
Ah.
That's the one,
That makes
officer.
sense.
That's the one with the weird fetish.
Well, I am intrigued by all of this. I did not think that anyone would try to rise up against the coastal specters, but yet, here you are. So, tell me, what do you plan to do now that you've dismantled this one cog in the machination?
Like, dismantle more cogs.
I think Mishpa, who is still like squeezing at the corpse of the guy that she suffocated to death because she is still kind of reeling from what she did, is going to turn her head towards Ishana. And there is a dilation in her reptile eyes, like her eyes are complete slits right now. I'm going to kill you.
Well, I certainly welcome you to try. Go ahead.
Okay. Produce flame.
Okay. That misses.
I'm surprised that missed. She's got so many flammable feathers.
Well, more reasonable direction. What is she? Would I know?
Because of your studies, you do know what she is. She is what's known as a siren.
Fabulous. Do sirens enjoy doing drugs?
No, but they do enjoy eating people.
Well, I get a feeling that that's probably not going to work out the way we want. I do think it's worth asking, what exactly is your interest in this gang or whatever it is, anyway?
Oh, it's quite simple. They get my services, and I get a hearty meal every week. Or more, depending. And you see her take a tongue off the ground before looking over to the satyr. I assume you won't be needing this. Before she pops it into her mouth and eats it.
Oh, hey. Question. Can healing 1 HP reattach a leg?
I'm pretty sure it can't.
No.
No, I think you'd need mending.
She's not an object!
Yep, she's still alive, so she's not an object yet.
Women aren't objects.
I could have sworn there was like something that said mending or something. Hold on.
Mending only works with inanimate objects and only in a very small area.
I'm tired.
It would be a restoration type spell, if anything.
Well, could I reattach the bone at least?
There's an entire spell that is based around regrowing limbs. I'm pretty sure you can't reattach it with a simple healing spell.
Just fucking use like a needle etcetera or something, or just like fucking stitch it together with something.
Okay, sure. Nani starts stitching the leg back on. Well, my fire missed that.
Lesser restoration.
Well then, since you have, I guess, interests in the entire organization, I imagine this isn't too much skin off your back, is it?
Oh, no, not at all, honestly. Honestly,
No.
I mean, there's a guy roasting on the fire right there.
Oh yes, I'll get to him later. But for now, I have taken quite an interest in this turn of events. I wish to see how it all goes. Whether you win or
Well, I
lose
hope
is
you
no
continue
skin
to
off
find
of...
this entertaining.
Whether you win or lose is no skin off of my nose. I will simply go off to my next gig. So,
I'm going to tear your wings off long before you get there.
my offer is still open.
Well, now does not seem like the time, does it? For now, I hope you continue to find us entertaining, I suppose.
Oh, I certainly will. But for now, I suppose I'll be saying goodbye. At least until next time. And she starts to walk past you all.
I've kind of just been silently analyzing her in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of gauging like how much of a threat she actually is.
She definitely has an air of confidence, considering she walks right past Mishpa and everyone else, knowing that they're not going to do anything. Or at least feeling they're not going to do anything.
Let's get on with searching the room. See if we can find anything useful.
Nobody's gonna attack her?
I can do I know, like, generally, just by knowing what she is and what her deal basically is, I know that she's probably too powerful for any of us to beat easily.
Oh yeah, sirens are extremely powerful. Like, she could actually claw you guys in one hit.
That would be deeply against our own interests.
Translation meaning she could gut us in a single swipe.
After she leaves, and when the possibility of searching the room is brought up, Mishpa is going to sheath her sword and slither back out of the room and just wait outside of it.
As for this one, I suppose we did a pretty good job scaring that priestess. We could probably get her to help us with this.
Do you think that we can get the leg reattached? Because I don't think that Mishpa can live with herself right now.
If you sew it back on, it should be able to. Theoretically, a restoration spell should be able to get that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was That's why I was searching it up. It should, so long as you have both parts.
As long as you get it stitched back on, she should be able to use the same spell to heal that leg back on.
I'm working on it.
While I go ahead and reclaim what arrow I can, because I think the other one ended up nailing into the furnace. I'm going to reclaim the one arrow that I shot and get that back. And then I'm going to look over towards Mishpa for a moment. How is she looking?
She's up outside.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
she slithered out of the room.
Well, I was kind of analyzing you as you were walking out. Let me recon that. I will analyze you as you walk out before reclaiming my arrows. How about that?
Okay. Can I get a perception check?
No.
Okay.
I don't want it.
She, it's kind of difficult to read because she is actually very good at keeping a neutral expression, but just from the look in her eyes, you can tell that she is still very deep in fight or flight. Probably having a silent anxiety attack over what just happened right now.
Lafayette will gather up her arrow and kind of look to the others. She'll look at Tomas, because I'm pretty sure Tomas is the one not currently doing anything active at the moment. So she'll send a message saying, I'm going to speak with Mishpa. Help them with the room, if you don't mind, please.
Will do.
And with a soft nod towards him, she will head out towards the room where Mishpa is. And as she approaches it, let me check something right quick.
In the meantime, I also assume we just make investigation checks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As Lafayette enters or exits the room to kind of see Mishpa in the shadow, Mishpa, instead of greeted with your typical sign language, you are greeted by a curious feeling on the back of your skull, almost as if it's trying to wiggle its way inside. You see a very soft glow emit from Lafayette as she walks by around her neck area, and you hear a voice that you have never heard before. It is soft, slightly haunting in a fashion, but comforting. You seem troubled. What's on your mind, besides the mistake that you made earlier?
She tenses up heavily for a moment before glancing around and noticing you there. She kind of puts the pieces together before she lets her shoulders droop a bit. I did not mean to do that. That was an accident. I was trying to help her.
We all know what you were doing, Mishpa. Mistakes tend to happen a lot more than you think. So don't let it bother you too much. That one is in shock right now, currently passed out, but they will recover just fine.
No, I cannot. Mistakes cause problems for the tribe, for the group. They cause things to get worse. If you make a mistake, then you are a weak link, and you make things more difficult for everyone around you, which is dangerous. I cannot make mistakes like that.
Heed my words, Mishpa. One who suffers mistakes periodically throughout their lives may be considered a weak link to some, but it's also a motivator to improve. Heed not about your past. Do not let those mistakes weigh on you, but only push forward. I've made the mistake of letting someone live when I really shouldn't have. And to this day, it still haunts me. But we keep pushing forward to hopefully one day correct that mistake, should the opportunity present itself. Take a moment to clear your head. One mistake upon your many good deeds this day is not making you a weak link in any fashion.
For a moment, she stays silent before she slithers up to you and, recalling a lesson and discussion that the group had earlier in the day, about how one shows respect, she takes one of your hands and plants a soft kiss on the back of it.
She kind of blinks a little bit at that, as she feels like this scaly hand reach out and take hold of her own, and kind of just watches it happen. Huh.
Thank you.
She'll stare at that for a second, look up to you, and just give a very soft nod.
Thank you.
You good there?
Huh? What's up?
Huh? What's up? You heard nothing.
I heard nothing, huh?
Listen. The problem with being in the same room with another person is that you can be making a visual gag and you forget that other people can hear you.
You'd be making a visual gag. A visual gag. And people can hear you.
I was mouthing, but I was whispering slightly, and the mic is very
Really
mean to
sensitive.
me, apparently.
Oh, that is a fucking treasure. I'm so sorry, but that's so funny.
A good 3-4 feet away from it, which is crazy.
Oh my god.
That's so fucking funny.
I mean, it is, but that's not the point.
But with that, Lafayette will release her necklace, and the glow will begin to fade. The feeling around your head also fades along with it. And Lafayette will give it a reassuring hold before letting go. And then begins to sign out. Look forward, not backwards.
I will try. And she will slither back to where she was standing, acting as though she is standing guard, keeping watch for anyone coming this way for right now. Because while she is definitely feeling a little bit less jittery than she was before, she is still feeling... She doesn't feel like being a part of the group just yet again.
Lafayette will walk by and gently pat your arm as she does, and enter back to the room to help with the investigation to see if they can't find anything.
Okay. You don't find anything of note in the room, by the way. But you do, you see the slaves there, or the would-be slaves. You see, one sec. You see the satyr and the leonin with their bleeding mouths. You see the kenku passed out. And you also see a human and a tabaxi.
Lafayette will go up to the ones that are still tied up and cut them loose.
Okay. They seem scared, but very grateful that you guys came to their rescue. Or at least it seems like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Tabaxi speaks first. Where are we?
Lafayette will do sign language as the others are currently a little bit distracted. Does she speak it?
Yes.
Sawmill.
Sawmill? Where?
About 30 minutes north from the main city.
Are we still in Vexinia?
You are not, no.
Where are we?
You're in a fishing town called North Hollow. In Abyssia.
Abyssia? All the way across the ocean?
Lafayette will stand up and nod.
I'm sorry to say so, yes.
Why? Why did they cut out their tongues? And she gestures over to the satyr and the Leonin.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Just to follow a mild thought I have, are their hands bound specifically in any way?
Who?
The two with their tongues cut out.
Yes. They're bound behind their backs. And they're also branded.
Interesting.
Well, I have some theories as to why, but I don't think that you want to hear them, lady.
It's probably best not to think about it anyway. Right now, we should mostly think about getting out of here.
Are my other tribe members here? I haven't seen them.
The group that's in this room is the only one thus far.
I hope they made it out okay. Our tribe was raided. They took a lot of us. At least, I think they did. Have you seen other tabaxi? I think there was chamomile, mint, and rosemary.
Rosemary was the name of the one in the fighting pit, right?
Yes. The one that's going to be in the fighting pit this Avis.
I've heard one of those names.
Lafayette will pull out the flyer.
Cage match?
And she will tap on the tabaxi in particular, and then point to her.
Yes, that's Rosemary. She's our herbalist.
Not much of a fighter, then.
No, she doesn't do any fighting. She doesn't know how to fight.
I knew I could take her.
Yeah, take her out of this terrible situation. Come on.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's what you meant?
Yeah, easily. I mean, you already got fucking traumatized by cutting off someone's leg, so like,
Yeah, punch the shit out of an innocent tabaxi as well.
Why not?
Well, another person to put on our to-do list to get out of something.
Also, Breia, I sent you something.
Are there windows?
No.
But I know what time it is when we came in.
Yes.
Well, I imagine that Siren will do most of the actual cleaning up around here. Get these people out of here. I have to go.
There's
and
Go ahead.
And Breia will go to leave the room and exit the building.
When you pass Mishpa, she is going to watch you stride by. Is everything all right? Where are you going?
I have something to take care of. I'll be back.
Do you not?
Or I'll
wish
meet you
for
when you
someone to
get
come-
back.
Do you not wish for someone to come with you? It seems unwise for us to split up as individuals in this situation.
No. I have to take care of this myself.
I see.
And she will just walk away from you.
Can I try to follow after her? Stealthily.
You may certainly try.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is,
A barbarian? Elf?
the thing is with that, just the way that she like said it in almost like a hurried pace, not once, but technically twice of like off-putting behavior, has Lafayette bothered. So she is going to actually sneak after you as well.
Roll stealth.
12.
How does this keep happening? I keep ending up with Nani.
13.
Fate is drawing us together.
Breia, would you like to roll perception?
Woohoo!
Fates.
There's one of those.
There it is. There it is.
Meanwhile, Thomas and and Nani are just standing there with the slaves. So, you read any good books lately?
1 stitch, 2 stitch, 3 stitch, 4.
I mean, I assume that she got the leg reattached to some degree, and
Oh no! I put it on backwards.
shit! Did I use the crochet needle?
Just big old holes with full yarn going through.
I mean, it would work until we get them to the apothecary. Technically.
Technically, yeah.
So,
Where did everybody else go? Aren't we getting these people to, like, you know, the guard or the healer?
You did just kind of leave them without telling anyone, without telling either of them.
They can handle it.
suppose we-
Nani's not going to burn anything down.
So,
I suppose
like,
we should.
so, like, can I burn this place down, or?
Once we get everyone out, yes.
But all those guys are dead.
The living people, Nani.
Hooray!
Once we get the living people out, burn it. We don't care about those people because well, they're doing bad things.
Well, I would burn it down, but it's possible that the guards are going to be like, oh, we want to investigate it and stuff.
Very forward thinking of you, Nani. Good job.
so Breia, Mishpa, and Lafayette.
Yeah.
Firstly, Lafayette and Mishpa, I need you to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, fuck.
God damn it.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh no!
Okay, so you're following Breia, but then suddenly you're somewhere else. You don't know where you're going, but something tells you to keep going another direction, and then another, and then another, until you're completely turned around, and you have no idea where Breia went.
Are we still like inside the bunker?
You find yourselves back at the sawmill.
Oh, great! You guys are back. Can you help us out with these people?
There's just going to be a silent side eye towards Mishpa.
Mishpa will sign to you. I thought I was just following her.
As was I, she responds.
Ari. Breia.
Hmm.
Meet me in the anxiety chamber, please.
Ah, fuck.
Oh,
Shady
2 for
shit
1
is
special.
happening. Woo!
I leave the room.
Oh no,
I know.
I'm gonna go in the room with her.
Oh.
I can do that.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Though, do keep in mind, you still have to keep it in recording, so do record through Discord as well.
I am.
Well, my voice will just come through hers instead.
That's true, yeah.
Oh, fuck you.
Hello.
Logistically, I have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello. So, let me just keep this up.
What the fuck's going on?
Notes here.
The other side of the table. Be professional.
Be careful not to hit your feet.
Or trip and fall and die.
Okay, so when you get to the dock, you find that it is very silent. You feel only the wind howling as the moon shines on the water before you. And it is very, very icy cold as you feel the gust of the sea breeze on your skin. After a few moments of this deafening silence in the cold night air, getting very chilled by being out near the water in the open air, and unnerved by feeling like you're being watched, you feel a faint bit of movement before feeling a sudden pressure on the back of your on your back, knocking you down to the ground, and your hair is being yanked, forcing your head up and exposing your throat. You feel the icy coldness of a dagger being held up to your throat, the edge just barely caressing your skin as the grip on your hair tightens, and you hear an unfamiliar voice whisper in your head. Don't take this personally, Breia the liar. And with that, you feel a slice in your throat, and immediately your vision is blurred as your head drops to the cold stone on the dock, being able to feel your own warm blood spilling out onto it as you feel the person leave.
What the hell? What do you mean? Oh no!
Oh, fuck you.
Given the sound that I heard Aria making, that's a very apt entrance noise.
I'm just gonna
They're
do
st-
something.
They're still reeling.
So, how did it go?
Don't tell them.
Bye-bye!
So what's going on?
Here we go.
Is Breia no more?
Ah.
What happened?
Lafayette stands solid, like completely still for a good few moments. Though once having like all like the survivors out of the building, she kind of freezes. And then kind of looks towards the woods. And then begins to look more unnerved. And the skull begins to flare up as a voice emits from it that can be deciphered later. But a voice emits from that skull saying, "We need to leave. We need to leave now."
Wait, can I hear that?
Everyone around her currently can right now, yes.
What? I'm guessing it's the same voice that Mishpa heard during our conversation.
Compared to before, yes, but it sounds more urgent and dire. Like, this is a serious situation.
Wait, what's going on?
Questions later. We need to
Leave.
Okay, lots of stay people. We need to get moving now.
Mishpa is going to pick up Breia, and she's going to try and pick up at least one of the
Breia's
slaves.
Breia's not there.
Oh, Breia's not there. Okay, never mind then. Then I will pick up two of the slaves.
Where's
Here-
Breia?
Here, carry the Kenku.
No, that's the worst idea. Go sit in the corner.
Okay, sits in the sawmill corner. I'm kidding.
We need to leave.
Shit, I'll grab the two branded ones and haul them over my shoulder, but I'm not carrying that poor Kenku. The last thing she needs is my ugly mug to be the thing she sees when she comes to.
Mm.
And once with everybody in capture, and if I'm somehow able, I'll carry the Kenku. But if I can find a way, then I'll do it, and we're going to kind of rush back to town. Lafayette kind of having an urgent step in her pace to get away from here as quick as possible.
Okay. You lead them to where?
Yes.
Okay. You get to the docks, and all is quiet. You hear the crashing of the waves against the stone and wood, and you see a figure lying prone at the edge of one of them. Dock 8. Approaching, the figure starts to take shape, and you see your friend Breia lying there on the stone, her throat slit and her blood spilling onto the stone and into the water below.
What the
Ice-cold
fuck
and
happened?
dead. Ice cold and dead. And that's where we're gonna leave off today.
Hey, yo,
You bitch!
What?
Hey guys, so what had happened was
I can't deal with this shit right now.
So, like, do you need to roll a new character?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. Let me just,
No. She doesn't.
Because, like, I thought that